Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome on in to a Thursday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Brad's off for the night. Kate Constable's with me hanging out for all 5 hours. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Who has the better season this year? And I know they play different positions, but still, if you want to attack it from individual or individual plus team, who will have a better 2026? Jalen Hurts or A.J. Brown? 310-840-4910. That's the talk and text line to join the show. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Kate, so we had Patriots and Eagles joint practices the last 2 days ahead of their preseason game coming up on Saturday night at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough. And we had a little reunion between former teammates A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts, who won a Super Bowl together with the Philadelphia Eagles 2 years ago, also went to a Super Bowl together with one another in 2022, the one that they lost to the Chiefs. And after the pretty notable development just a couple of days ago where A.J. Brown let us know that he and Jalen Hurts have not spoken since he was traded to the New England Patriots 2 months ago, more than 2 months ago, have not said a word, have not spoken a lick to each other. And not a huge surprise. In some ways, yes, right? Jalen Hurts is the godfather of A.J. Brown's daughter, but things can change, relationships can sour, and that certainly seemed like is what happened last year early on throughout that Eagles season where the offense was stalling. And yes, they were winning games, but A.J. Brown requested a trade. He's going on Twitch streams. He's going on interviews. And, he's playing Madden on Twitch streams and basically, again, making it about himself. It wasn't a big shock when this happened in June after months of speculation. And so they had a nice little reunion, a nice little dapping up of one another. Oh, a nice dapping up of one another. That sounded weird, but they dapped each other up, and they shared about, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds of words with one another. Very cordial, very polite, but was it for the cameras? I don't know, Kate. This is definitely one of the more bizarre former teammate relationships, which I feel like it looks ugly. It's got to be ugly. And yet they had an opportunity. They shook each other's hands. Very nice and calm and polite with one another, but there's got to be some hatred there. Otherwise, would A.J. Brown have ever requested a trade? So we get that interaction today and ahead of a very pivotal 2026 season for both teams, Kate. What did you make of that interaction? What did you make of this relationship? And then we'll get into it. Who's going to have the better season? But what's going on, Kate? How you doing?
Hey, Pat. Good to be with you tonight. Yeah, I mean, I think the interaction, the dapping up of A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts, that had to be somewhat for the cameras. Both of these players know that if they didn't talk at all during these joint practices, that would just spark an even larger conversation. So it did look cordial. Like, I don't know if they necessarily hate each other's guts. I just don't think they're close enough where they're picking up the phone and calling each other to talk on a random Tuesday night, And so I think it was probably a fine interaction. It was probably very respectful, cordial, stay healthy this year. How do you liking it in New England? Blah, 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 whatever it might be. But I also think that there probably was something behind it in terms of, let's just get this out of the way. Let's let the cameras roll while we shake hands for a second. And it looked their embrace, their hug. If I'm not a body language expert, Pat, but it looked like they were, not anything that was totally forced. But it certainly is a relationship that's gone sour over the years. It's not, AJ Brown is not in Philadelphia because of performance-based type stuff. He set the 2 highest single season receiving yards in franchise history in 22 and 23, and over 1,000 yards the last 2 seasons as well. So it's not necessarily that, his performance wasn't there or the connection between the two players wasn't there on the field. It was more locker room, off the field type stuff within their relationship that seemingly soured, and that's why AJ Brown is in a Patriots uniform right now.
Yeah, and again, I can't stress enough that these two used to be very tight with one another. Kate, I don't know how your family operates or how your friends operate, but if you ask somebody to be the godfather to your child, that's probably a pretty big deal, right? That's, you don't just ask, hey, my producer of my show, Brandon Combs, he's a nice guy. We've been working together for 8 months. I think I'm going to ask him to be the godfather of my kid. He seems like a pretty good guy. I've never met him actually in person, but we've been doing a show every day, 5 days a week for the last couple of months. I think he's going to be the godfather of my kid. You don't do that to somebody you're not extremely close with. Again, Jalen Hurts had A.J. Brown hosted him on a recruiting trip when Jalen Hurts was at Bama and A.J. Brown was thinking about going there. They've worked out together in the offseason for the last several years. Obviously not this offseason, but the last several years before this. And again, A.J. Brown has a daughter jersey and asks Jalen Hurts to be her godfather. These guys were like as tight as you could possibly be. And then A.J. Brown said, yeah, we haven't spoken to each other since I got traded 2.5 months ago. What the hell happened? What happened between these guys, Kate? Is it simply because A.J. Brown felt like he didn't get the ball enough? That's one thing to be frustrated on a professional level, but then for that to completely soil a extremely close friendship, there had to have been reasons why Jalen Hurts wasn't throwing him the football, and he tried to throw. Here's the thing: A.J. Brown got 121 targets last year. He got 158 targets in 2023, 145 targets in 2022. In 2024, the year they went to the Super Bowl, A.J. Brown missed 4 games, so he only got 97 targets. But, again, after the Super Bowl, he posts on Instagram 2 days later, the feeling of winning a Super Bowl is already worn off because I didn't dominate. A.J. Brown is the problem. And he got 121 targets last year. It's 20 to 30 off of what he was getting at his peak Eagle years. Okay, it's not, it's a difference. It's not an extreme difference. So what the hell happened to these guys?
You also had Saquon Barkley on your team. That's when Saquon Barkley came over. So you have to understand that if you're A.J. Brown, that yes, you have the best, if not one of the best running backs in the league on your team. Of course, your number of targets is going to go down a bit.
Yeah, and well, not only that, again, I feel like the big problem last year, I've been saying this all offseason, all of last season, the biggest problem of the Eagles last year and in that Eagles offense was the rookie play caller that had no idea what he was doing in Kevin Patullo. And I feel like Nick Sirianni kind of sat back and let dysfunction and rot settle in with the Eagles offense to the point where they were buoyed by their defense and their offense was mediocre and they were still good enough to win the division. But then we saw what happened playing against an injury-ravaged Niners defense, and they couldn't even put up 20 points at home. And so, yeah, they go out without winning a playoff game, failing to defend their Super Bowl trophy. And all of, like we mentioned, the interactions and the dysfunction and the drama that A.J. Brown was seemingly causing throughout the year. I think that if you had Kellen Moore still as the offensive coordinator last year, A.J. Brown would still be on this team. Hell, the Eagles might have went back to a Super Bowl last year. There would have been no trade. There would be no nothing. So, Kate, something else had to have happened. Something else had to have happened throughout the season that I just can't wrap my head around that maybe doesn't make sense. Or maybe, again, A.J. Brown just said, wow, you're not throwing me the ball enough, bro. Screw you. Screw you and screw this team. And I want out. And you and me, we're not boys no more. We're done.
Yeah, I mean, if it's as simple as that, then A.J. Brown needs to get a grip on what's important in life. But, okay, so I went back and checked after I heard that Jalen Hurts is A.J. Brown's daughter's godparent, godfather, whatever. His daughter, AJ Brown's daughter, is 6. So 6 years ago, these guys were thick as thieves, right? Like, these guys were tight. If 6 years ago you're asking him to be your godparent, I mean, he spent 4 years with the Patriots. I'm sorry, with the Eagles. So like, this had to have happened within the last two seasons, and essentially that's, if you look at what's happened the last 2 seasons, that's exactly it. It's just didn't get the ball enough, didn't get as many targets as they wanted. Maybe wasn't the focal point of the offense quite as much as he wanted. I don't know. It seems silly to me. But AJ Brown gets what he wants in terms of being you can't even say he wasn't the number 1 in Philly. He was the number 1 wide receiver there. He just also had to share the field a little bit with Devonta Smith and Dallas Goedert and Saquon Barkley. Whereas now going to New England, like, he's that offense. He's who Drake May is going to all the time. And so I think AJ Brown got what he wanted in terms of being the star, the focal point once again. But it's hard to say that he necessarily wasn't in Philadelphia either. Like, would you say Devonta Smith was the 1A to AJ Brown's 1B? That, like, no, it would be flip-flopped.
Yeah, no. Devonta Smith and 1A and 1B is maybe giving too much respect to Devonta Smith. Well, I guess not. I mean, he only had 8 fewer targets. He had 1 last catch. He had 5 more yards. Devonta Smith had 1,008 yards. AJ Brown had 1,003. Well, that being said, Devonta Smitty played all 17 games. AJ Brown played 15 last year, which is another reason why. I was leaving that out of my argument. You would add another 2 games played if AJ Brown played a full season, and his targets is probably like 135, which is basically only a handful fewer than his first 2 seasons in Philadelphia. So, no, yeah, I mean, I guess maybe last year you could say Devonta Smith was the 1B to AJ Brown's 1A, but like, AJ Brown was clearly the number 1 receiver, right? It was like he was the guy that above all else they were trying to get the ball to in years past. And then this past season, again, we saw what happened. But I mean, AJ Brown, it feels like he's always kind of been about AJ Brown. He's always been about himself. You mentioned the 6-year-old daughter, because that would have been before he joined the Eagles. That would have been when he was still with the Tennessee Titans. And so maybe, again, that doesn't change the fact that these guys were so tight at one point that he asked Jalen Hurts to be the godfather of his daughter. But who knows? Maybe just over the last 2 years, something changed, man. And he was like, you know what? I need a new team. And maybe, look, as mature as we think we all are, maybe there are some moments in life that show the immaturity within us. And maybe it was just over not getting as many targets as he thought he should that AJ Brown has now kind of severed ties with Jalen Hurts, or they severed ties with one another, because you don't speak for 2.5 months after you get traded off the team that you spent the last 4 years with, won a Super Bowl with, and your quarterback is also the godfather of your daughter. So it is strange, man. It is strange. And again, I think they probably did put on a bit of a show for the cameras, because I feel like they probably had zero interest in actually talking to one another. And also, if you watch the video, there was a people in the comments and comments on Twitter being like, I think Jalen Hurts says, "I'm sure you're happy." Like, if they're reading his lips, like, a couple people, he definitely says, "I'm sure you're happy." So, I mean, I don't know, man. It's just weird. But Kate, it's going to be enough for talking in a couple of weeks, and it's going to be time to start playing. And although these guys will barely play on Saturday, if at all, in this preseason game, and obviously they're both on offense, so they're not going to be on opposite sides of the field at the same time as one another. You know, again, you look at the Eagles' schedule this season, and they do not play the New England Patriots. So there will be no meeting again in the regular season when the games really count. And again, I know they play different positions, but Kate, what do you think? Who has the better season in 2026? Is it Jalen Hurts without A.J. Brown and the Eagles offense looking to bounce back and a new offensive coordinator? Or is it A.J. Brown now as the number 1 receiver with the New England Patriots and Drake May throwing him the football? Who has the better year this year? What do you think?
I think it's A.J. Brown. I mean, Drake May, you look at what he did last year, and I know the Patriots had a really easy schedule, and the defenses that Drake May was going up against weren't the cream of the crop, but threw for 4,300 yards, 31 touchdowns. All of a sudden, AJ Brown's the number 1 target for a player that's doing that. And I think stat sheet wise, numbers wise, it'll be AJ Brown that kind of comes out on top. Of course, granted, they don't play the same position. And then Jalen Hurts is learning a brand new offense again. And I know you could go and say that, okay, well, AJ Brown's on a new team. That's a new offense he has to learn. But for the quarterback to learn a whole new system once again, when he's the last 4 or 5 years, his entire career, every year he's learned a new one. I think Brown has the ability to have kind of the last, not gotcha, but the last laugh in terms of what he's able to do, his production this year. Plus, we all, like, so many people with quarterback rankings and those types of things that have come out all summer long, it's like Jalen Hurts is in the middle of the pack on a lot of those. So many people still think he has more to prove or more he needs to work on to be a better quarterback, where I feel like even if we do see those various steps taken this year for Jalen Hurts, people are just going to be like, okay, well, fine. That's what he should do. That's where he should be as a quarterback versus AJ Brown putting up monster numbers, scoring touchdowns left and right. And all of a sudden we're like, okay, AJ Brown is thriving in this new situation. He's the winner of that breakup.
Oh, I completely disagree. I think Jalen Hurts is going to have a much better season in 2026. And I'll lay it out for you as simply as I can. You did mention how easy of a schedule it was for the New England Patriots last year, facing some of the worst defenses in the league. That ain't going to be the case this year. So I think just as a whole, Drake May is going to take a step back. I think the New England Patriots offensive line is average. Will Campbell is going to be their starting left tackle. We all saw the struggles Will Campbell had in the playoffs last year, a culmination of what was starting out as a good season and then quickly went downhill quickly. Third thing, what's A.J. Brown going to do if he doesn't get 10 to 12 targets every single game? Is it year one in New England? So, hey, you know what? I want the ball and I'm all about me, and it's year one, so I don't want to rock the boat. And Mike Vrabel's my coach, who I got along with in Tennessee. So you know what? I'm not going to cause a distraction. Because Drake May's got great chemistry with Pop Douglas. Drake May's got great chemistry with Kayshon Boutte, who I know a lot of Patriots fans still think will get traded. But if not, he's on the team. That's somebody you got chemistry with. Drake May's got chemistry with Matt Collins. Drake May's got chemistry with Hunter Henry. And the New England Patriots have a very solid run game that they're going to want to lean on, much like how the Philadelphia Eagles wanted to rely on their run game. The Eagles have a better offensive line. I think they've got the better run game with Saquon. And the weapons that now Jalen Hurts has around him, are any of them better on paper than A.J. Brown? No. But you bring in Dontavion Wicks, you draft Mekhi Lemon, you bring in Hollywood Brown, and there's not any worry about locker room dysfunction or friction or tension if somebody on your team, if your number one receiver is not getting the ball constantly in the biggest moments or every single Sunday, even when the game plan doesn't necessarily call for it, or even when you have a strength outside of throwing the ball constantly to your number one receiver. So I think that tension that Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown clearly had last year, without that being there, Jalen Hurts is going to thrive. And I think the new offensive coordinator, Sean Mannion, is miles ahead of what that bozo, Kevin Patullo, was doing on the sidelines last year as well. This Eagles offense, just because of the coordinator change, is going to take a massive step forward. Jalen Hurts has been under center so much in training camp. There's pre-snap motion. These were like foreign concepts last year to Kevin Patullo, who was basically running like the base Madden playbook when you're 9 years old and you first play in the game. So Jalen Hurts is going to have a big bounce back season. And I think, will A.J. Brown probably pick up 1,000 yards this year? Probably, because he's done it every single year except for one. And in that 1 year with the Titans, he only played 13 games. But I think Jalen Hurts is going to have an MVP candidate season. Now, I know I've picked Jordan Love to win the MVP, and I think Joe Burrow will be right there with him. I think Jalen Hurts will be that third MVP finalist. I think that's how good of a season he has. He'll be laughing to the bank. And I think the Eagles will win the division again, while the Patriots at best will be a wild card team. Jalen Hurts will have the better statistical season than A.J. Brown does. Again, realize they play two different positions, but Jalen Hurts will have an MVP caliber season. A.J. Brown will have the same season he's had for the last 2 years, which is good, but not elite. And Jalen Hurts is going to have the last laugh.
Are we constituting any of this based on wins this year?
Yeah, I think
Or
the Eagles
just
win
individual
the
stats?
division again. I think the Eagles win the
All right.
division again, and I think the Patriots are at best a wild card team.
I would agree that I think the Patriots could be a wild card team and not win that division. I still think the targets, the numbers are going to be there for Brown. But I mean, Pat, that is also caveated by as long as AJ Brown doesn't disrupt this locker room. That's the biggest thing. I think AJ Brown is his own worst enemy in terms of he gets in his own way sometimes. And as long as he doesn't get in his own way, I think things could be smooth sailing in New England, and that could be great for his career and great for what his numbers look like this year. But he needs to take a little look in the mirror beforehand and make sure he's got everything in check attitude wise, which it sounds like so far in New England he does. He's enjoying it. Obviously, with Vrabel, they've worked together a while, so they kind of know each other and how each other work. So I'm sticking to my guns and saying AJ Brown's still going to have the better season than Jalen Hurts. But I could also see the Eagles winning more games. That's fair.
Yeah. Well, I want to see that first game where AJ Brown maybe only gets 5 targets. I want to see that sideline interaction. I want to see the week after. I want to see the practices and the coverage of the New England Patriots the couple of days after a game where maybe the Patriots win by 3. Win, lose, doesn't matter. But I think it would probably be better if they win. But A.J. Brown only gets 5 targets. Maybe only has 3 catches for 38 yards, no touchdowns. I want to see what it's like then. That's what I want to see. Because, Kate, you mentioned, it's been smooth sailing so far. Haven't even played a game yet. Haven't had any time for adversity to present itself yet in Foxborough this year. 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM tonight. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. We'll get your phone calls and your texts. When we come back, we want to hear from you. Who has the better season this year? Jalen Hurts or A.J. Brown? Again, we realize they play 2 different positions, but relative to their peers in their positions, and also which team performs better, who has the better season, Jalen Hurts or A.J. Brown? If they were very cordial and gentlemanly with one another at Eagles-Patriots joint practice today. 310-840-4910. Just getting rolling here on this Thursday. She's Kate Constable in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
What division would you put London in? Oh, would you put them in the AFC East, the NFC East? And you start to look at the travel logistics. And could every division have an international team? Could it be an entire international division? What does that look like? All these questions start to bubble to the surface. And I think we miss the forest for the trees just a little bit here, in that you can only have so many international markets in the NFL with permanent teams, permanent franchises, because the logistics of it are just too overwhelming. When you're talking about having an international game every week of the regular season and every team having to play at least one international game every year, okay, the schedule makers have done a great job of building that out, even when you've had teams stay overseas for 2 weeks to play back-to-back games, even when you talk about shortening international travel. This is multiple times in the last 12 hours, now that our video producer Mike Brown has jumped in our show chat to talk about the Concorde flying from New York to London in about 3 hours. There's multiple times I've heard about the Concorde and supersonic travel in the last last 18 hours or so, as people talk about the reality of what an international NFL could look like. but it's still limited. And when you start to talk about realigning divisions and adding 4 international teams or more, look, maybe some distant time in the future, 40, 50 years from now, people are talking about, oh, there's 2 teams in London, and there's a team in Germany, and there's a team in Mexico City, and a team in Toronto, and oh, there's a team in Brazil. By the way, it's a 12-hour flight from like Charlotte to Brazil. Go ahead. Put Brazil in the NFC South. Let's see what that does. Aside from all the other logistical issues that exist, aside from the travel, I think we get a little too caught up in it, is my point. More than 1 or 2 international teams is going to be too much. It's going to be. And look, I get it. There's billions with a B of untapped dollars in the international market for the NFL. So I understand why they've gone that direction. Roger Goodell, whatever complaints you may have about him, has done a wonderful job of turning many of his owners from millionaires into billionaires over the course of his stewardship of the NFL. Money just rains down on the league at this point. So I get it. He's done a good job of that, but there's only so much that can be done to mitigate the logistical nightmares that would exist with more than with teams beyond, say, like I said, the other North American markets in Mexico City or Toronto and maybe London, because they figured out how to make London work. Like, I don't see a world with an NFL division in Europe. I don't. Not the least of which is screwing up what is right now a perfectly balanced 8 divisions of 4 teams each, and the schedule rotation makes all kinds of sense. Aside from that, aside from having a few divisions of 5 teams rather than 4, aside from all the logistical and travel nightmares that would exist, it just doesn't add up. So I know we get excited about coming up with our theoreticals. I think it might be a waste of time at this point.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. Is this Since You've Been Gone by Kelly Clarkson? This is definitely what that song is. Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight. Yeah, thank you, Lee. Since you've been gone. What an all-time banger. I mean, I don't care what age, who you're in the car with, you hear this jam come on, you're belting it. There it is. I can't breathe for the first time. It is Unamused. Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable filling in for Brad Evans. Going over to join the show, 310-840-4910. Kate, did you, what, you weren't with me?
I had to get some quick instructions out to my babysitter, aka my husband, on when to put the kid back down. So I was, I thought I'd let you go with the Kelly Clarkson, you do a little singing while I quickly shot a note over. So that's where my attention was at the time, because now I'm back and locked in once we're, talking sports and stuff, obviously.
Kate, you carry the kid for 9 months. You got to go. You're the one that has to give birth.
Dude,
You're
don't
the one
get
that
me
has
started.
You're the one that has to carry like 99.999% of the burden of childbirth, and your husband can't even learn to put the freaking kid back down.
Yeah,
I mean, what are we doing? Men, we are failing. We are failing you women.
It is a little mind-blowing. I'm like, dude, you've been home every day with us for 4 months. She wakes up, you put her down an hour and a half later. It's not rocket science. Send me a schedule. That's what I get. I'm like, all right,
send me a
fine.
PDF.
Yeah, right. So schedule's out. Kid's going down in an hour from now.
So what's going to happen in that? What's going to happen in the 60 minutes? Before that.
Oh, they're going to Chipotle. BOGO.
So he's taking the baby to Chipotle?
He's taking the baby to Chipotle.
Is he strapping her to the chest? How's that going to look?
I think they're taking the luxury stroller. I mean, these things these days, she rides around in like a Cadillac, basically. These strollers are incredible. So she's got her little bed in the stroller, a little bassinet deal, and we looked it up, 0.3 miles, very doable walk with the baby. You roll up in the stroller. Apparently, if you wear a college t-shirt, it's BOGO at Chipotle. And guess who's not cooking tonight because she's working? Mom. So,
that's right. Dad's got to figure it out.
Himself. Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
BOGO at Chipotle, wear a college shirt, and there you go. Done deal. Now hold on. Didn't you get, or was it Jersey Mike's the last time you were filling in with me and they screwed up the order and you had like 4 subs? What was the issue with that last time?
Yep. They messed up his order and like he doesn't do onions at all. Like we'll gag if a tiny onion gets on his sandwich. They had onions twice. I love onions. So I got and he ordered the jumbo sub, not like the family size sub, because I don't know, there was a deal. And so of course, why would you not? There's a deal. And so I had Jersey Mike subs for lunch and dinner for 3 days straight. It was phenomenal. Those are good sandwiches.
And no cyclospora, right? No explosive diarrhea. It was
nothing. We were smooth sailing.
Great, very good. I don't know, just be careful. Yep. Chipotle,
I appreciate you looking out, Pat. That's not a good situation to find yourself in.
You see now there's frozen blueberries that are actually like the FDA was like probability of death. What is happening in this country?
I did see that. Which, Pat, I mean, this is, and then we can move on because I'm in just this whole new phase of life here with having a kid, my first kid in the last 4 months, where like we got Costco memberships, like gold Costco memberships, where you can go at 9 a.m. when no one else is in the store. It's not open to the general public. You have to have that super membership. So I hit up Costco at 9 a.m. this morning. And I looked at the blueberries, and this is before I saw, anything come out about blueberries. And I'm glad I didn't get them. I opted for blackberries instead. But I mean, to have my grocery shopping done by 9:30, that never would have happened in years past. But Costco's onto something there because that was a pleasurable experience. Let me tell you.
They are. And me and my girlfriend, literally in the last 3 weeks became executive members of Costco.
Yes,
so
that's what it is. Yes.
We have yet to need a weekend, or I guess we haven't gone since. Like we went the first time to become the members, so we're due for a trip probably either this weekend or next weekend. And the fact that you get to go in an hour early, it's
life changing. There was not a single line. I walked straight up to the register, and there's all the boxes are there that you put all of the. If you go in the afternoon on a Saturday, there's no box to put your stuff in. You have to just put it all in the cart, which I guess is fine, but like. Kind of nice. Have your pick of the litter with the boxes this morning.
Yeah.
It's the little things in life, Pat.
I used to be come on, you got to get everything in bulk. I mean, what are you preparing for a disaster? You preparing for World War III? Tell you what, they got me. The first time there. I ended up, I bought a flashlight. I was like, why do I need a flashlight? And I was like, hey, honestly, you never know. Right? Never know. And it was like one, because it had like 3 different functions to it, and I had like the big high beam flashlight. I was like, it could come in handy. God forbid my phone dies at night. It's dark. Somebody, the power gets shut off. God knows what's going to happen.
You never know, Pat.
It's been like torrential downpour and hurricane weather here. I feel like across the entire U.S. for the last 3 weeks. So I got a flashlight.
We got blueberries that are killing people. You never know when you might need a flashlight.
Just when we thought we had escaped the explosive diarrhea from lettuce, now we're on frozen blueberries that are going to kill you. Well, enjoy that Chipotle whenever it does get there. 310-840-4910. You know what else has got people fired up, Kate? The foul pole in Major League Baseball and the fact that we can't get a freaking call right when it looks like last night in the bottom of the 7th of the Yankees-Orioles game, Pete Alonso mashes a titanic home run. They call it foul. The Orioles challenge. You see the views. You see the replay angles. And they've showed a bunch of angles, and most of them made it look like it was, I wouldn't say obviously clear, but like on a scale of 0 to 100, and 0 is like, no, like that's completely unclear. You have no idea whether this was fair or foul, and 100 being that's 1,000% obvious what the call is. This was like 65%, maybe 70% that it looked like a fair ball. And then the umpires come back and they say, not calling the field stance. Now, so 3-3 game, what looked like a solo shot gets called foul. Replay angles looks like it's a fair ball. Calling the field stance, foul ball. Yankees then score 2 runs in the top of the 8th and they win 5-3. As a Yankee fan, trust me, I feel like we got away with murder. But for an Oriole fan or for neutral baseball observers, like how does this happen? We have technology where we know if a ball is a strike or a ball now. How do we not have technology to determine if a home run is fair or foul when it goes over the foul pole? This is something we need to fix and fix immediately.
Well, I mean, not only do we have technology for balls and strikes, but like you have pylon cams in football that show if the ball crossed the plane, things like that. You had in tennis, like the line review in tennis is unbelievable and how accurate that is. Yeah. So I don't understand why this has not been done yet in baseball, because this isn't the first instance that this has happened. I mean, I don't know of another one off the top of my head, but I can imagine this is not the first instance where the umpires have gotten a call seemingly wrong because it looked like a foul, but it was really fair. And it kind of also makes me think of like in the NFL when a field goal or extra point goes like up and like right over one of the field goal posts, right? Because yes, like if it can go over it, it can't go to the other side, so I don't know how we have not gotten this technology yet. And maybe this is what will change it. This is what we needed. There's always one thing that happens that it's like, okay, well, this is obvious that we need some help here. I think that would be very smart of baseball just to figure something out there, because there's a lot of solutions that other sports have figured out to have calls like these pretty automatic.
Yeah, and that's what Pete Alonso said. Quote, I think a simple fix is like football. You have the pylon camera with the plane where it shoots right across the goal line, and I feel like for us, we could easily have a laser or a camera that shoots straight up. Not only that, there is the ball tracking data that are on the iPads in the dugout. And the ball tracking data on the iPads in the dugout showed Alonso's as a fair ball, like inside the line. And so Craig Albernaz, the Orioles manager, was furious. He goes, there's ball tracking data. It's really tough to have that come back as the call stands and yet have that visual in the dugout. It's 2026. I think technology has advanced pretty good. There were teams using AI on the iPads, and other sports use ball tracking data for challengeable calls. I don't understand why we don't do it. Completely fair, completely right. And it feels like the Orioles kind of get screwed. I
don't know how I didn't even think of the ball tracking stuff, but like that's obvious. And why Major League Baseball wouldn't also take a peek at that. And if the data, the trajectory, whatever, the numbers on the tracking shows that it's fair, like I think they got it terribly wrong in this one. Pete Alonso apparently does as well, for good reason.
Yeah, now the Yankees TV broadcast, Yes Network, they showed the one angle where it absolutely looks fair, and then I've been seeing all earlier today, and I guess this was last night, but I guess the first ones that were blasted out and became very popular and widely shared on the internet was the TV angle. There was another angle that was making its rounds on social media on the Baltimore broadcast where it is as close to down the line as you can get. And again, that's where then it looks a little bit more unclear whether it's fair or foul. I mean, the ball is absolutely curving, Like the ball is, hooking towards the left field stands as it's going over the foul pole. But yeah, I mean, either way, we should have the technology to determine if the foul pole was, all the way into the freaking sky, whether the ball would have hit it or not, rather than having to use, on this angle, it's kind of clear, but this angle, it's not clear. And Pete Alonso said he was told to overturn a call, you need to have 2 camera angles to confirm it. So maybe they had one, but they didn't have another. Like, come on.
Well, why don't we just use the data that we have, the ball, where the ball is tracked to? Like, you know how hard the ball was hit. You know how far the ball is traveling. You have to be able to know the longitude, latitude of exactly where that ball is at all times. Every angle is going to tell a different story, right? Like, depending on where you are in a stadium, you see something different than the person on the complete opposite side of the stadium. So just depending on multiple angles to tell the exact same story, I think that's a wrong way to go about this. Obviously, those are the rules, so I can't argue with it, but I think those are those rules need to be changed.
I agree. 310-840-4910. Again, it's 2026. We've got robots. We've got self-driving cars. We need to have the technology. We need to be able to implement the technology that we do have to determine whether a freaking ball is a fair or foul home run. This happens in the postseason. It's going to be a big controversy. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to go streaking. My streak is over, but the race for the season-long throne continues. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The hell's going on with Paul Skeens? And I hate to be overly simplistic. I'd love to dig into this and come up with all sorts of layers and reasons and new pitching coach and altered delivery and look, he's got a little bit of a gut now. I've heard people say that. He's not conditioning like he used to. All kinds of reasons. I think it's really simple. Paul Skeens has thrown a whole hell of a lot of pitches since he was originally called up just over 2 years ago. The man hasn't really missed any time. And he got started earlier than ever this year because he wanted to pitch for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. I don't fault him for that. I'd do the same thing if given the opportunity. But I think you may simply be looking at fatigue. And if that's the case, before he starts overthrowing and causing problems for himself, you're 5.5 out of the final wild card with 4 teams between you and that last spot, Pittsburgh. Sit him down. I know that's not going to sell tickets. I know that's going to look like you're waving a white flag and all that. I'd rather, if I were Pirates management, sit down Paul Skeens for the last month of the season, give him extra time to rest and recover and go through a full offseason, knowing full well we don't know what's going to happen next spring and there may be extra time to ramp up next spring. All the better. Let him get right for next year because it's not happening this year.
He's more of a low-key, I like to say a low-key taskmaster. He's really, really diligent in what he does. And I think a lot of people in Pittsburgh were skeptical of his ability or why they hired him. They believed that, they hired him because he was a Pittsburgh guy and he spoke like us and he talked like us and he looked like us. But then they quickly realized that he's a pretty doggone good coach. So I like the hire. I think there's a lot of people do like the hire, and I don't think he gets enough recognition nationally. If you look at his resume, Matt, compared to maybe John Harbaugh, they're the same person. But John Harbaugh was considered by far the best hire of this past quarterback, the coaching circle. And while McCarthy's been considered one of the worst, I think they got a guy that has an opportunity to win now. And I think they might have hit a home run here with this McCarthy. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be just a prisoner of the moment. But he looks like one thing you can tell from Mike McCarthy, he knows what he is doing. There's no fooling around, man.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable filling in for Brad Evans. And the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Crack, that's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available with our friends at BetMGM. Here's how it works. Play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone, and if you get a hit, you'll win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. All right, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. You know what that means. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! All righty, we go around the room. Everybody on the crew picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. I had the longest active streak going into last night at 6. Was hoping to push it to 7. Hoping to push Monty for the season-long throne with the best record out of all of the full-time members. And then Bobby Witt Jr. Didn't get a hit. And probably the worst thing about that, Kate, he gets up in the bottom of the 8th with runners on 2nd and 3rd, and they intentionally walk him. In a game where the A's and the Royals are both more than 20 games under 500, just pitch to him. Who cares? You stink. Both of you stink. So that was pretty annoying. So Monty's the longest active streaker right now at 4. And Kate, if full-time or not, if we include your record, you're 9 out of 11. You technically have the best average out of anybody. You have been crushing it whenever we do Let's Go Streaking, whenever you have filled in. So without further ado, let's get to it. Only a couple of games to pick from, 3 to be exact, and the Yankees and the Orioles, there is a decent chance they don't even play tonight because they're in a rain delay to start that game. So I'm going to go to Houston, H-Town. Astros taking on the Angels, and I wanted to take Yordan Alvarez, MVP, likely winner, likely Triple Crown winner. I feel like that's not being talked about enough. But somebody already took him. We'll get to that in a bit. But you got Grayson Rodriguez on the mound with an ERA over 7. So I will go to what I think is the next best option. And that is Mr. Jose, I'm not wearing a buzzer, Altuve. Hitting .246 on the season. But since the All-Star break, Altuve is, I just had the number in front of me. I believe he's playing much, much better since the All-Star break. Yeah, he's hitting 284 in the last 30 games and hitting 368 in the last 7 games, and he's hitting much better at home. So I'll go with Altuve to get a hit tonight and start a fresh streak for me. Kate, you got a tremendous record. You've been crushing it at this game. Who are you going with tonight?
Yeah, I'm not too shabby at streaking, apparently, Pat. I'm going to go with Cam Smith.
Now.
Going up against Grayson Rodriguez. Cam Smith has, against Rodriguez, let me pull this back up here. 2 for 5, so not a big sample size, but he has 2 doubles. I like that. I know we don't need a double here, but I like that he gets some good contact. And so far, Cam Smith, last couple games, been up and down. Feels like every other game he's been getting a hit lately. Didn't get a hit last game. This is the due theory here, Pat. He is due for a hit tonight. I'm
love
going
the
Cam
due
Smith
theory.
for right. We all love the due theory. But I'm going Cam Smith.
If a guy's got like a 8-game hitting streak, you're like, he's hot. I'm gonna keep taking him. If they haven't gotten a hit in like 5 games, he's due. I'm gonna take him.
Exactly.
So
Works either way.
I like it. I love the due theory, and it is it's real. It's been proven true many times. So hopefully it's proven true tonight for you. All righty, let's get to producer Brandon Combs. Combs also looking to start a new streak. Combs, who you going with?
I'm going to go with Mr. Brandon Nimmo. No numbers against Alvarez, but his numbers against Washington, man. When he sees that Walgreens logo, he loves it. 285 career, 117 hits in 118 games against the Nationals. And in his last 10, he's batting .350 with 14 hits in those 10 games, including 5 bombs. So give me Brandon Nimmo to get me back on my streaking ways.
Wait, so I explain that joke to me again. The Walgreens look. That one went right over my head.
Have you ever seen the Walgreens W? It looks just like the Washington Nationals W.
Oh, it does. Yeah, it does.
That's right.
He's right.
You are right. I just didn't know if there was like a double entendre or something going on there.
No.
Okay. Combs going with Brandon Nimmo. Let's go to Monty. Monty, you stole him from me, you jackass, but go ahead, because he's probably going to have 4 hits, including a home run or 2 tonight, so let everybody know.
Maybe look at the rundown before 4 p.m. Eastern. Might help.
Yeah, I locked it in early.
And hold on, because that's BS, because Monty's usually the one that puts in his Let's Go Streaking pick at 6:40 p.m., 5 minutes before the segment.
Not today.
But he didn't this time.
That's
right.
right.
I got
today.
Jordan.
Today, bub.
The best option on the slate. He's mine. Thank you, everybody else, for sleeping in. I got him this morning at 8 a.m. 4th highest rated hitter on my board. Batters-box.com. Elite matchup against Rodriguez, who sucks against lefties. 250 games with an elite rating for Alvarez, getting a hit 68% of the time, and 100% pitch mix rating against Rodriguez. At least a 311 batting average for Jordan against all 4 of Rodriguez's pitches. Really love the AL MVP tonight.
And then finally, hey, Lee, our guy in our Westwood One studios, Lee DeLapp. Lee, who you got?
Hey, Lee. Guys, I'm going to stick with that game as well. I'm going to go with Corey Seager, who's been he's been pretty hot since returning from the IL. Not great against lefties, but he is doing 1.2 OPS over the last week. He has not played against Alvarez, but like you just said, Monty, Alvarez has not been great against lefties. So I'm going to go with that. Give me Corey Seager tonight.
All right, very good. And I don't know if this was Brad who's been looking at this or Combs. I guess you put this in. So if all 5 of those guys get a hit, Jose Altuve, Brandon Nimmo, Jordan Alvarez, Corey Seager, and Cam Smith. You want to take all 5 of those guys together, the odds of that happening, all of them getting a hit, plus 405 with our friends at BetMGM. All right, when we come back, we got football tonight, baby! Raiders, Texans, plenty of starters playing. We'll break it down and preview it for when we get back here on BetMGM tonight.
So I think the quarterbacks in the 2026 class, I would have higher expectations for over the next 5 years. And that's not necessarily, again, a knock on the 2025 talent. I think the situations in some cases are just better with the teams that the 2026 quarterbacks landed on. But I think when we look up in 5 years, I would not be shocked if we had multiple conference championship game appearances for quarterbacks in the 2026 class. I would. I don't know if we have any Super Bowl appearances. I wouldn't bet on a Super Bowl victory for any of the quarterbacks in either one of these classes, but I would definitely have more consistent playoff appearances and deeper playoff runs. So if you're asking me to compare 2025, that class to 2026 right now, maybe it's all the positivity from what we've seen through 1 week of the preseason, especially with Mendoza and Simpson and Beck and Aller. I would take this year's group, I think, over last year's group right now.
If anything makes sense right now, it would be keeping 4 just to protect yourself and try to win now and plan for the future. But like I said, I think a lot, not a lot. Honestly, I think if I'm betting right now, I would say it's a really good chance that they keep 4. I think Will Howard have to, even if he does look like garbage Friday, I think that the mind's already made up that they're keeping all 4 of these guys. I could be wrong, but that's the feeling I get right now.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Kate Constable is with me tonight, filling in for Brad Evans, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Thursday night extravaganza kicks off right now. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun first hour. Kate and I debated who would have the better season this year, Jalen Hurts or A.J. Brown. And we want to hear from you. 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910 after their nice little gentlemanly, cordial reunion at joint practice today between the Patriots and the Eagles. A.J. Brown looked like he went up to Jalen Hurts. Quick little 30-second them chatting. Nice, smiley, nice and friendly. But A.J. Brown also told us yesterday that they have not spoke since he was traded to the Patriots in June. And Jalen Hurts is the godfather of A.J. Brown's daughter. These guys used to be very, very tight. We know the controversy and the drama and the friction that presented itself within the Eagles offense last year, a lot of that revolving the quarterback and the wide receiver one, Hurts and Brown. And so to not speak to each other at all after you get traded, that's kind of weird. But they were nice and smiley with each other today. Maybe for the cameras, maybe not. But I know we know that they play different positions. But respective to the rest of their peers, and also how you think their respective teams will do, the Eagles and the Patriots, who has the better year? Who gets the last laugh after this supposed breakup? Jalen Hurts or A.J. Brown? 310-840-4910. We also talked about the BS that cost the Orioles a home run yesterday, where Pete Alonso hits a home run. It looks like it's fair. It gets called foul on the field. They review it. Looks fair. They call it foul. What can we do to fix the technology that is right there in our hands? How can we make baseball better? 310-840-4910. We also went streaking last segment. But, Kate, we've got football tonight. 2 games, including one kicking off in just over an hour from now. And it's the Raiders taking on the Texans. And Fernando Mendoza is going to start. He's expected to start. And he's expected to play about roughly the entire first half. That's the way it feels like it's trending from Clint Kubiak. And Kate, up until about 5 minutes ago, from the reports I had read earlier today and yesterday after practice, I thought that Fernando Mendoza was going to get a big, big test, because I thought Texans starters on both sides of the field were playing. But according to Aaron Wilson, who covers the Texans and the NFL, this is an hour ago, he is reporting what the workload is expected to be for the Texans, and that is 20 to 25 snaps for C.J. Stroud, Woody Marks, and the first-team offensive line. However, Texans' defensive starters are expected to be rested. So assuming that reporting is true, that kind of takes just a little bit of juice out of the equation for me. But look, I mean, even the Texans' backups, that is a pretty scary freaking unit. And I've been saying all offseason, Kate, I think the Texans' defense is going to be the 85 Bears this year. So even their backup should be pretty damn good. So nonetheless, this is a big, big game tonight for Fernando Mendoza after what we saw in his unofficial debut last week, 10 of 16, just under 100 yards and a touchdown. How does he follow that up against what is going to be one of the best defenses in football, starters or not? This is a big night for Mendoza.
Yeah, Pat, it's a shame that the Texans starters aren't going to be playing, the defensive starters, that is, because I think we would have learned a ton from Fernando Mendoza based on how he performs against arguably the best defense in the league. Now, that's not to say we still can't learn quite a bit from him tonight. But it would just be a different ball game if you had Will Anderson coming at you, Danielle Hunter, those types of guys, Stingley in the backfield. So I still think, I mean, it's great that the Raiders are giving for Fernando Mendoza a big run. he's expected to play the entire first half, like you mentioned. And so it's just another opportunity for us to see kind of his timing, his cadence, where he's hitting receivers, if it's in stride, if it's behind, those types of things. Those are the questions that are going to be answered here tonight, just getting a longer run at Mendoza. Apparently, he took a bunch of snaps with the ones in the joint practices with the Texans as well, and was okay in those, had a red zone turnover. So seeing if he can clean some of that stuff up tonight, again, especially against some of these backups, not that they're necessarily, your average backups. But I think this is going to be very telling for the Raiders, for fans, just kind of what they can expect from Mendoza. I don't think this necessarily, if he goes out and balls out tonight, it's not like, okay, he's going to be their week 1 starter. Cousins is canned. Like, I don't think that type of situation happens. But I think what the Raiders are going to be learning through these first, couple preseason games is how early can they bring in Mendoza throughout the season? Is it week 4 if they're losing and Cousins isn't cutting it? Or is it more like week 7, that type of a thing? I think that's ultimately what we're getting from these preseason games.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. Either way, what are you hoping to see from Fernando Mendoza tonight? And if he has a repeat performance or plays even better than he did in that first preseason game, Kate, like you mentioned, you think maybe it's just depending on whether it could be week 4 or week 7. Do you think there's any reality in which Fernando Mendoza is the starting quarterback week 1 for the Las Vegas Raiders?
No. I think, and that's not necessarily to say that I don't think he should be. I honestly think he would be okay as the starter week 1, and you might as well throw the kid in the fire. He's proven in the very limited time that he had, granted, I know against backups in the preseason, it's different than the regular season, obviously, but he did well, and you drafted him number 1 overall. But I don't think there's a world in which Kirk Cousins doesn't start week 1 unless Cousins somehow gets injured prior to the start of the season. I think that's the plan that the Raiders have had all along, is to slowly bring along Mendoza behind Cousins. And I mean, Kubiak has come out and said, this is Kirk's job to lose. And honestly, if Kirk isn't on the field because he's the starter and the Raiders aren't starting their starters, how is he necessarily going to lose the job?
Yep.
Unless Mendoza goes and balls out. But even then, like, Kirk didn't exactly lose that job. So I think Kirk Cousins is under center week 1 without a doubt.
Yep, 1,000%. There you go. That was it. If there was any actual semblances of this still being a battle, or if there was any chance that Fernando Mendoza was going to get the job, yeah, he would have to win it from Kirk Cousins. The fact that Kirk Cousins isn't playing tonight, or again, we assume on all the reporting when Schefter said that Mendoza is expected to start and play the first half, and then Aiden O'Connell's going to come back in, or is going to come in after that. That's basically gospel, right? So Kirk Cousins ain't playing tonight. And if he's not playing, yeah, again, that tells you he's their starter, because if there was a battle, then they would probably both be getting reps. And that's what I've been saying this whole offseason, and I'm glad. And this is the approach that I've wanted the Raiders to take. Brad's called me nuts. Combs has called me nuts. I know a lot of people think that you drafted the guy number 1 overall with the success that Jaden Daniels had immediately his rookie season, the success that C.J. Stroud had immediately his rookie season, the success that plenty of other rookie quarterbacks have had immediately, whether they were the number 1 pick or number 2 or number 15. I understand all of that. For me, it's always been about he is your quarterback of the future. I don't think the Raiders are a playoff team, and I don't really see many realities where they are a playoff team because they don't have a playoff roster, even though they made some nice additions. Bringing in Tyler Linderbaum, bringing in Nakobe Dean, beefing up that defense. They still haven't made many offensive improvements. Yes, they have Ashton Genty, who I'm expecting to be better because the offensive line should be a little bit better, but it's an offensive line that is very mid at best. Brock Bowers is the best tight end in football, but he was banged up all of last season. So you have a great tight end, and you've got what should be a great running back if he can get some blocking. I don't like any of their receivers. I don't trust any of their receivers. Trey Tucker as your number 1? I mean, come on. They bring in Jalen Naylor. They've got Jack Besh. That's who Mendoza threw the touchdown to. But that is not a great receiver room. So I'm not expecting them to be a playoff team. And even if you could say, well, hey, if Mendoza starts week 1, he could elevate the entire roster. Again, for me, it's about making sure that he is as good as he possibly can be and as prepared and as ready as he possibly can be once you do put him in there, which again, I'm expecting, like you said, Kate, between week 4 and week 7, I think it's probably week 5, week 6. You give Kirk Cousins a full month. And if he is average, or if he's looked like the Kirk Cousins from the last 2 years, which is not very good, you're probably 1-3, maybe you're 0-4. And then it's Mendoza time. And all the learning and all the mental preparation and all the reviewing of film and all of the game day viewing and learning through osmosis and seeing how Kirk Cousins comes off the field after a drive, goes to the tablet, has the conversations with Clint Kubiak and the rest of the offensive staff, and processing that information. All of the things that you need to be ready for in the huddle, calling 2 plays on every single play, getting up to the line of scrimmage, being able to diagnose what the defense is throwing at you. Take all of that in, make sure your operation is on time and you're not getting pre-snap. That is so much, and it is way faster and way more complex at the NFL level. So I never thought it was a bad thing to start the year with Kirk Cousins. And I think, yeah, even now tonight with this preseason game, the fact that Kirk isn't playing, I agree with you, Kate. I think that tells us that almost with certainty he is going to be the week 1 starter. But again, like Mendoza would have to be showing off Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning type command of the offense, and those types of throws as well. And like a stat line of like, I don't know, 15 of 18 for 250 yards and 3 touchdowns, and you are watching what looks like a Hall of Famer in the making in order for this conversation to change at all. And again, even though the Texans' defensive starters are not expected to play tonight, this is still going to be a really good defense that Mendoza plays against in the preseason. Now, how much stuff they throw out at him versus like just giving some basic defensive looks, some cover 2, some cover 3, some man. That's left to be seen. But this is going to be a big test. And I think ultimately you just want to continue to see a guy ascend. I know it's not the sexy thing. I know it sounds a little bit boring. I'm sure there are a big pocket of Raiders fans that just want him to be under center for week 1 already. But I think the Raiders taking their time with this is still the best option.
Pat, here's a question for you. And maybe there's no world in which this happens because of how he's played the last 2 years. But what happens if, going into week 5, the Raiders are 4-1? Let's say they beat Miami, the Chargers and New Orleans off the bat. Kansas City, maybe a loss there, but then you're going against the Patriots and Kirk Cousins is playing well. Like, you want to play Fernando Mendoza at some point this season. Should we just not even go there? Because like, let's be real. Is Kirk really going to be vintage Kirk, and how good is vintage Kirk anyway? Type of deal. But like, what happens if they're winning with Kirk Cousins?
Yeah, I know it's a great question, and crazier things have happened. Again, they could eat the Dolphins are going to be terrible. What's the line on that right now? Who's favored in that game? Wow. So the Raiders are home. The Raiders are home, and they're 3.5 point favorites. They likely win that game. Chargers week 2, probably going to lose. And let's see what that look ahead line, 8.5 in favor of LA. So they could absolutely beat the Saints in week 3. The look ahead line for that is the Saints minus 3.5. But with all the injuries the Saints are dealing with here in the preseason. So yeah, there is a world where the Raiders are 2-2. Maybe they steal a win against either the Chargers or the Chiefs. They're 3-1. As long as I think you're above 500, I think Kirk Cousins is going to remain the quarterback of this team. Crazier things have happened. I don't think they're going to be very good. I don't think you're going to see vintage Kirk Cousins. I think he is, at this point, maybe like the 25th best quarterback in football, 27th best quarterback in football. And I think in all likelihood, you will have that opportunity because you're not going to be a very good team to make the change. But in case there is a scenario where Kirk Cousins is playing out of his mind and the Raiders, again, they're able to take a win from either the Patriots or the Bills. Then they're able to beat the Jets handily. And all of a sudden we're in week 9 and they're 4-4. And it's like, oh, I don't know, what do you do? Yeah, then that's going to be a real difficult conversation, right? I guess it'll be a good problem to have if you're in the mix, if you're in the hunt for a playoff spot and Kirk Cousins is playing pretty good football. I don't think any of us think it's going to happen, but I think as long as you're in the mix for being a playoff team, Kirk Cousins is staying on the field. So I guess in a really, really surprising season where the Raiders are 7-5 or 8-6 with 3 games left to go, Fernando Mendoza, there is a chance he doesn't play at all this entire rookie season. There's a small chance, slim chance, but like then as Raiders fans, would you take that? Being a potential playoff team if it means Mendoza doesn't play at all this rookie year? Or would you rather be really, really bad for the first 4 weeks so then you can start the clock on Mendoza? I'd be very interested to hear what Raiders fans would actually say to that.
Yeah, I think you'd want to win games if you're a Raiders fan. You have Mendoza on the roster, and again, Pat, let's be real. Like, I'm sure people listening to us are thinking, what are these losers talking about? The Raiders aren't winning any games. It's hypothetical of just like what if, because based on the defense, and I know the starters. I mean, Max Crosby didn't play in that first preseason game against the Cardinals. I mean, that Raiders defense couldn't stop anything. And so
exactly.
I don't think they're going to win many games, right? Mendoza will be in at some point, but just interesting to think about what could potentially happen if, for whatever reason, they get off to a hot start and can have a decent record quarter way through the season.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. But I'm excited to watch Fernando Mendoza play basically an entire half of football. And against a really good team, starters or not. Again, Texans not expected to play their defensive starters, but still going to be a big test, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he does, because in all likelihood, Kate, there will be a change. There will be the call for Fernando Mendoza in about week 5 or week 6 to be the Raiders quarterback, to be their starting quarterback. And so we're only about probably 2 months away from that actually coming to fruition. So I can't wait to watch another full half of preseason football from Fernando Mendoza tonight. 310-840-4910. Meanwhile, for the Texans, again, they've been kind of changing their plans like 3 different times here. DeMeco Ryans, I don't know what he's doing, why he said that his starters are going to play. Then he was like, nah, I saw enough in joint practices. We're not going to play. And then again, just a couple of hours ago, now CJ Stroud's expected to play a few series, about 20 to 25 plays with the first team offensive line and Woody Marks. Now, what does that mean for the receivers? Because that's the biggest thing right now if you're a Texans fan. With the torn ACL and the season in doubt for Jaden Higgins, I would think you would want to see the other receivers. Xavier Hutchinson. You don't need to see Nico Collins. We know what Nico Collins is capable of, and I don't think he's going to play. But you want to see Xavier Hutchinson. You want to see Jalen Noel. You want to see Tank Dell, who's playing for the first time this season in a year and a half. Although I don't think we would ever see Tank Dell in the preseason anyway, especially with the reporting that we've gotten from this preseason. So I don't know if you see either Xavier Hutchinson or Jalen Noel, but there's other guys now that were maybe afterthoughts on this roster that now have a massive opportunity to step up and deliver with the Jaden Higgins torn ACL. One of those guys is Justin Watson, the 30-year-old who came over to Houston last year and used to be on the Chiefs. He's on the roster. Lewis Bond, who they got in the 6th round out of Boston College. Josh Kelly, who I believe was on their practice squad all of last season and never even ended up playing. So you got some guys here with a real good opportunity to not only be on the active 53-man roster for the Texans, but potentially be suiting up this season with that Jaden Higgins injury. And so that is definitely going to be something to watch from Houston's side tonight, Kate.
Yeah, and I think those receivers have to be happy, at least that CJ Stroud's going to be the one throwing them the ball for the first series, if it's only that. Like, right? You'd want the starter to be the one tossing you the football just because he's probably going to be the most accurate one, right? He's the starter. But those guys have a lot to prove tonight. If they want playing time this year, they want to keep a spot on this team, all of that stuff. So, never good when a player goes out, and obviously Jaden Higgins, they're going to miss. I think the Texans will also probably explore a potential trade for a wide receiver prior to the start of the season. I've seen Kayshon Boutte, that name thrown out, speaking of the Patriots earlier on in the show. So these receivers further down the depth chart that might see some time tonight, not only competing against each other, but also the potential of someone else being brought in to take over this open slot.
310-840-4910. Any of your questions, your thoughts, your takes on Fernando Mendoza, the Raiders, CJ Stroud and the Texans offense and the receiving crew, which could have a big night tonight, especially after that Jaden Higgins injury. 310-840-4910. We'll take your questions on it when we come back, and we'll talk about the game that's kicking off late night tonight, 10 o'clock Eastern, Niners-Chargers. A lot of juicy storylines in this one as well, with some big-time starters expected to play. We'll get to that when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable in for Brad Evans, and this is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What division would you put London in? Oh, would you put them in the AFC East, the NFC East? You know, and you start to look at the travel logistics. And could every division have an international team? Could it be an entire international division? What does that look like? All these questions start to bubble to the surface. And I think we miss the forest for the trees just a little bit here, in that you can only have so many international markets in the NFL with permanent teams, permanent franchises, because the logistics of it are just too overwhelming. When you're talking about having an international game every week of the regular season and every team having to play at least one international game every year, okay, the schedule makers have done a great job of building that out, even when you've had teams stay overseas for 2 weeks to play back-to-back games, even when you talk about shortening international travel. This is multiple times in the last 12 hours, now that our video producer Mike Brown has jumped in our show chat to talk about the Concorde flying from New York to London in about 3 hours. There's multiple times I've heard about the Concorde and supersonic travel in the last 18 hours or so, as people talk about the reality of what an international NFL could look like. But it's still limited. And when you start to talk about realigning divisions and adding 4 international teams or more, look, maybe some distant time in the future, 40, 50 years from now, people are talking about, oh, there's 2 teams in London, and there's a team in Germany, and there's a team in Mexico City, and a team in Toronto, and oh, there's a team in Brazil. By the way, it's a 12-hour flight from, like, Charlotte to Brazil. Go ahead. Put Brazil in the NFC South. Let's see what that does. Aside from all the other logistical issues that exist, aside from the travel, I think we get a little too caught up in it, is my point. More than 1 or 2 international teams is going to be too much. It's going to be. And look, I get it. There's billions with a B of untapped dollars in the international market for the NFL. So I understand why they've gone that direction. Roger Goodell, whatever complaints you may have about him, has done a wonderful job of turning many of his owners from millionaires into billionaires over the course of his stewardship of the NFL. Money just rains down on the league at this point. So I get it. He's done a good job of that, but there's only so much that can be done to mitigate the logistical nightmares that would exist with with teams beyond, say, like I said, the other North American markets in Mexico City or Toronto and maybe London, because they figured out how to make London work. Like, I don't see a world with an NFL division in Europe. I don't. Not the least of which is screwing up what is right now a perfectly balanced 8 divisions of 4 teams each, and the schedule rotation makes all kinds of sense. Aside from that, aside from having a few divisions of 5 teams rather than 4, aside from all the logistical and travel nightmares that would exist, it just doesn't add up. So I know we get excited about coming up with our theoreticals. I think it might be a waste of time at this point.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable filling in for Brad Evans, and the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Before we get to the 49ers and the Chargers game coming up later tonight, let's get to your phone calls here. We were breaking down what we expect to see from Raiders-Texans. Fernando Mendoza expected to start and play the entire first half for the Raiders. Kate and I debating when we will see Mendoza in the regular season. When is the right time? 310-840-4910. Let's get to Brandon, Brandon in Wisconsin, who's next up on BetMGM tonight. Brandon, what's going on?
Dang.
I was muted anyway. Brandon, what's up? All right, maybe we'll come back to Brandon if he's still there, but he is not ready at the moment, so let's move on. Let's go to George, who's in L.A., next up on BetMGM tonight. George, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, man, good. I'm enjoying your show. Listen, Fernando Mendoza, in my opinion, should start right away. John Elway, Peyton Manning, a lot of great quarterbacks started right away. I think he's NFL ready. I think Kirk Cousins is not Matthew Stafford. I think they're pretty close, same age. And I just think Mr. Cousins should take a back seat and let Fernando go ahead and run the show. Just my opinion.
Okay, and here's the thing, George. Do you think either way, whether it's Kirk Cousins or it's Fernando Mendoza, do you see any scenario? Do you see a reality where the Raiders are a playoff team this year? I guess maybe if you think Mendoza is that good, you would say yes. But what do you think?
I think they'll be on the edge of a playoff team. They might not make it, but at least with Fernando Mendoza, they have a shot. I believe he's NFL ready. He's been playing an offense in Indiana similar to NFL. And I think they will have a shot. Mendoza with Kirk Cousins, they'll have no shot.
Okay, George. Hey, we appreciate the call. Good stuff. Kate, what do you say to people that think that Mendoza will be so good to the point where he can elevate what is an otherwise media? I mean, they've been bad for the last couple of years. They did make a lot of offseason acquisitions, and maybe you think Clint Kubiak's a hell of a head coach. So what do you think about the people that say that Mendoza will be so good that he'll elevate an otherwise average to mediocre roster to being a playoff team? What do you say to them?
I mean, I say your aspirations are high. I don't think Mendoza could certainly get there, but in year one, and it's hard to say. I mean, because if you look back the last 2 seasons, like Drake May taking the Patriots to the Super Bowl, although that was his second season. Jane Daniels taking his team to the NFC Championship in his first season. Like, that's an anomaly. That doesn't happen all the time. So, I mean, do you think the Raiders even have a shot at making the playoffs this year? I think is a stretch. And that's not to say they have a necessarily a better shot with Kirk Cousins. But I just think that there's not too many instances in which rookie quarterbacks come in and just light things up to the point where their team is in the playoffs with the roster that they have. Like, these quarterbacks are taken, especially the first overall. You're taken first overall to this team for a reason, because this team sucked the year before and maybe even the year before that too. So like Fernando Mendoza would have to do like be Hercules, Herculean. How do you say that word? What do you
Herculean? It would take a Herculean season.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to get out there. Herculean to overcome all of the holes within this Raiders roster to take him to the playoffs. So I mean, look, it's kind of a toss up on whether or not starting him is the right move, but I don't think there's a whole lot of downside in waiting a couple of weeks, where I think there could be some downside in throwing him in the fire if he's not fully ready.
I agree. And again, could the Raiders damage Fernando Mendoza in just those first 4 games to the point where, he turns into Zach Wilson or any other number of busts that we've seen in the NFL? Again, who knows, right? I mean, how many times? Look what happened to Trevor Lawrence's rookie season. He had Urban Meyer, who was acting like a complete dirtbag his entire rookie season in Jacksonville, kicking the freaking kicker, staying out and getting a lap dance at a restaurant when instead of taking the team flight back after a Thursday night game. Would you say, Kate, that maybe set back Trevor Lawrence by some time? It only took really until Liam Cohen came here for Trevor Lawrence to actually have a tremendous season. I know he made the playoffs in year 1 with Doug Peterson, but then he took steps backward again. And so if I know Clint Kubiak is not going to be Urban Meyer, right? We don't have to worry about that. But again, there have been, Jamarcus Russell, and that's the Raiders, and they know about a number 1 overall pick that was the surefire number 1 overall pick that was going to be great no matter what. It's never a guarantee. So again, I agree with you. I don't think there's anything wrong with waiting a couple of weeks, other than if you are super optimistic about this Raiders team and you think that by starting Kirk Cousins for 4, 5, 6, 7 games, that's going to cost him a playoff spot rather than going to Mendoza right away. Well, then you are a very, very optimistic person in terms of the Raiders, or you're an optimistic / delusional Raiders fan. There is some downside into throwing Mendoza in there right away. When, again, I feel like you've got one of the best quarterbacks, active quarterbacks in the NFL that you could be asking to learn from in terms of going through all the processes and week-to-week preparation for a game with Kirk Cousins being there ahead of him. 310-840-4910. Do we have Raider Jay, who is in Wisconsin, next up on BetMGM tonight? I'm not sure if that's an active caller, but let's try it. Raider Jay in Wisconsin, what's up?
Hey, man, sorry about the confusion. He thought my name was Brandon, and there was dead air. But, yeah, my name is Raider Jay, and I concur with everything you just said about Fernando Mendoza. I don't want to throw him into the wolves, but we can argue that he had one of the best college seasons next to Joe Burrows. I mean, you win the Heisman. You go undefeated. You're the man. And look what happened. They threw Joe Burrows right in, but I also like the Packer way. Let Rodgers, which I'm wearing his jersey right now, unfortunately, and his Cal jersey, he sat on the bench. He learned from the great Favre. Oh, guess who else on the bench? Jordan Love. That's still up in the air suspect. We're not talking about the Packers right now, but, hey, it seems to work for the Packers, and I don't mind him sitting. The thing what I didn't like to see from Cousins in Atlanta, he's old and he's injury prone. He's not going to make it through week 5. I don't care if the Raiders are 4-1. Ceiling for me is 2-2. I'm a realist Raider. I'm not a delusional one. And I'll be happy. I'll be ecstatic if we're 3-1, which is possible because we play the Dolphins, who might be picking first next year. So I think we'll win that one at home. And then we got the Saints. They're not going to be an easy out, but I heard they're getting a bunch of injuries piling up right now in this joint practices and all that. And then we got Chargers. That's basically, I would say, Oakland West, but it's Las Vegas, which I hate, but I'm an Oakland Raider through and through. I think division games, you can throw the records out. We'll probably lose that game to the Chargers. And then we got the Chiefs at home. Is Mahomes going to be, Mahomes? Or is he going to be, still, with that injury, nagging, whatever? I think he'll be Mahomes because he loves playing the Raiders. But, hey, I'll say 2-2. Then after that, you got the gauntlet. Rams, Buffalo, Niners. See, the Raiders' schedule is brutal. It always is, but it's the NFL. All they just Fernando looked great, Don't get injured, don't have injuries, and just let's make it out of this preseason. I don't know if you want to play him the whole half, but hey, everyone wants to see it. After one game, they made him sound like he's going to be the next Messiah. It's one game, dude, the preseason. Last week, I was ecstatic. He threw the ball when he was supposed to. He took a sack when he was supposed to. He didn't make mistakes, and he had 2 scoring drives. I'm ready. I'm ready for. I'm a very superstitious Raider fan. I only wear Super Bowl winning jerseys. Plunkett. I don't have a Rich Gannon, and I got a Stabler jersey. I made a mistake when you said Jamarcus Russell. I laughed. Jabusta Russell. I bought the jersey before he played one down for the Raiders. And I tore the name off. And number 2 was Leo Arigas, our punter. So I'm not buying a Mendoza jersey until he wins the Super Bowl. And you know what? I think we got a franchise quarterback.
All right, Raider Jay, and you think it's only going to be a matter of time because you don't think Kirk Cousins is even going to be able to stay healthy. But then again, you did have the Raiders at 2-2. So if they're 2-2 going into Week 5 and Kirk Cousins is still healthy and he's not injured, who's starting that game in Week 5? Is it Kirk Cousins?
Kirk Cousins, all the way to the Niners in Week 9. All the way. That's when I think Mendoza comes in.
Got it. Raider Jay, appreciate the call. So there you go, Kate. I think even that's a little bit too late of a timeline. Week 9. But, again, there are some winnable games. Again, I don't think the Raiders are a playoff team. I do ultimately think at best they're 1-3, and then it's probably time to go to Mendoza. Again, even if you beat Miami, that's not a lock, right? I mean, these are 2 mediocre teams going after one another. And I know we look at Miami like the absolute dumpster trash of the NFL, them and the Cardinals, but what if they're a little bit better than we expected? And what if it takes a couple of weeks for the Raiders' new additions that they signed? Again, Linderbaum at center, Nakobe Dean in the linebacking core, Kwity Paye, Quay Walker. What if it takes a couple of weeks for those guys to settle in and they lose that first game to Miami? Then what? And then good luck finding when the next win is coming. So Week 9, I mean, when you were probably a week earlier, Week 8 when you play the Jets, that's probably an easier landing spot than anything else. So
that's what I was looking at, Pat, is the schedule there, because in the middle of the season, that schedule is brutal. So, like, if you're going to bring Mendoza in at some point, what's the safest point or the easiest point or where he feels the most settled? Against Buffalo? Maybe that defense, sure. Probably not against the Rams, especially if Aaron Donald is coming back. That would be a nightmare for a rookie quarterback to make his first NFL, regular season start. So all of a sudden, maybe you're in New York, but maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe the Raiders are like, whatever, we're just throwing this guy in because this is where we're at in the season, and we know we're not a playoff team, and we just need to get him experience, and so that doesn't really matter. But if they try and be strategic at all, that's a tough stretch from Week 4 to going to even like Week 11 through Denver. The only really weak team within that stretch is Week 8 at New York. How many times can I say weak in one sentence? That was a lot.
Yeah. After you have the Dolphins in Week 1, that's the layup. And then again, the 2 out of the final 3 games is Titans, Cardinals. I mean, Mendoza better be in there by Week 16. Yeah. So if you beat the Dolphins Week 1 and then it's a coin flip, it feels like against the Saints Week 3, I feel like, honestly, you'd probably rather just lose those games. You'd rather just lose them. Again, for people, and I know Combs thinks the Raiders could be a playoff team. Where are you getting these wins from?
Yeah.
Tell me.
That's not happening.
Any game that's winnable, I'll give you to them. I'll give it to you. Dolphins, Saints, Jets, Browns, Titans, Cardinals. That's 6 wins. If they win all of them, in order to be a playoff team, you have to get 4 other wins. You probably got to go 3-3 in the division, which means you'd have to beat the Chargers, Chiefs, and Broncos a combined 3 times. Good luck. And you'd have to get a win elsewhere. Not happening. So I think, I really don't think we're not going to have to worry about this. I think they're probably going to be 1-3 going into Week 5 in New England. And then you you play Mendoza against the Patriots, or you play in Week 6 at home against the Bills. And there you go. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we will preview the 49ers-Chargers game coming up at 10 o'clock Eastern tonight, because there's a lot of starters playing, but some very critical information that you need to know. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable, filling in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
hell's going on with Paul Skeens? And I hate to be overly simplistic. I'd love to dig into this and come up with all sorts of layers and reasons and new pitching coach and altered delivery and, oh, look, he's got a little bit of a gut now. I've heard people say that. He's not conditioning like he used to. All kinds of reasons. I think it's really simple. Paul Skeens has thrown a whole hell of a lot of pitches since he was originally called up just over 2 years ago. The man hasn't really missed any time. And he got started earlier than ever this year because he wanted to pitch for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. I don't fault him for that. I'd do the same thing if given the opportunity. But I think you may simply be looking at fatigue. And if that's the case, before he starts overthrowing and causing problems for himself, you're 5.5 out of the final wild card with like 4 teams between you and that last spot, Pittsburgh. Sit him down. I know that's not going to sell tickets. I know that's going to look like you're waving a white flag and all that. I'd rather, if I were Pirates management, sit down Paul Skeens for the last month of the season, give him extra time to rest and recover and go through a full offseason, knowing full well we don't know what's going to happen next spring and there may be extra time to ramp up next spring. All the better. Let him get right for next year because it's not happening this year.
He's more of a low-key, I like to say a low-key taskmaster. He's really, really diligent in what he does. And I think a lot of people in Pittsburgh were skeptical of his ability or why they hired him. They believed that, they hired him because he was a Pittsburgh guy and he spoke like us and he talked like us and he looked like us. But then they quickly realized that he's a pretty doggone good coach. So I like the hire. I think there's a lot of people do like the hire, and I don't think he gets enough recognition nationally. If you look at his resume, Matt, compared to maybe John Harbaugh, they're the same person. But John Harbaugh was considered by far the best hire of this past quarterback, the coaching circle. And while McCarthy's been considered one of the worst, I think they got a guy that has an opportunity to win now. And I think they might have hit a home run here with this McCarthy. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be just a prisoner of the moment. But he looks like one thing you could tell from Mike McCarthy, he knows what he is doing. There's no fooling around, man.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. A backless dress and some beat-up sneaks. Another banger. Lead to lap in our Westwood One studios, rolling out the bangers tonight. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. We will be keeping you posted throughout the Raiders-Texans game. Everything that Fernando Mendoza does. And, of course, it's also a pretty big night for C.J. Stroud and the Texans offense because they're expected to play about 20 to 25 snaps. So I think that's probably going to be about a full quarter. Mendoza's going to expected to play the full first half. But then we've got Niners-Chargers as a nightcap, Kate. Not bad. 10 o'clock Eastern, especially since both teams' starters are going to play. Kyle Shanahan is expecting to play his starters. He did say, what was the exact quote he gave here? Let me just double check. When asked specifically about Brock Purdy playing, Shanahan said, quote, "There is a good chance." Now, again, does this mean all of the 49ers starters are going to play tonight? I doubt it. I highly doubt we see Christian McCaffrey, who has not been practicing at all for the last week. And there is question marks about whether or not he's actually even hurt or if he's just kind of a little silent hold-in to get some extra money tacked onto his contract. I highly doubt we're going to see Mike Evans because he has been nursing a bit of quad tightness. And that was he left Tuesday's practice with his left foot and ankle wrapped in ice, but then moved to wrapping his left quad. So I don't think we see Mike Evans, and we're obviously not seeing George Kittle, who has still not come off the PUP list just yet. George Kittle did say earlier this week he's confident, very confident, that he won't start the season on the reserve PUP list, and he's still got a chance to play week 1 versus the Rams. But we're almost certainly, I'd say 99.9%, not seeing Kittle, not seeing Mike Evans, and I'd say probably about 75% not seeing Christian McCaffrey. So, and again, do we see Deebo Samuel? Are we going to see the rookie Dejon Stribling, who put on quite a show in his first preseason game? I would hope so. And what of the offensive line starters do we see for the 49ers? That's the question. Even then, Kate, probably about a series. If, I doubt we see more than a series for Brock Purdy. And the big thing is here, it's the Chargers starters. Because Jim Harbaugh said that they're going to play one series and that's it. But we should be able to see just about everybody. Justin Herbert, Omarion Hampton, Ladd McConkey, Trey Harris, Oronde Gadsden, David Njoku, and more importantly, Kate, we're going to see these starters for the first time in the new offense under Mike McDaniel. And so we've got that first quarter. That's going to be some juicy stuff. We're going to be on the air for that. I'm going to be locked into that game because I can't wait. You got Herbert, Purdy, most of the Chargers weapons, and it's Mike McDaniel with his capris. Maybe he'll be ripping the vape on the sidelines. Can't wait to see what kind of Versace glasses he's got, but that's going to be a great game tonight.
Can't forget the off-whites, right? Those are shoes. Where's those? Yeah. Yes. I tried to sound cool. I don't know what off-whites are. I know they're a very expensive shoe. But of all the teams to start their starters, and I know players need to get some run in the preseason, but these two teams, man, the 49ers, it is going to be malpractice if the starters are in for more than a series. This team is so banged up already that I'm shocked that Shanahan is going to play them at all, because the last thing you need is for another receiver to go down. I mean, George Kittle sounds like he's going to be able to come back week 1. He's hoping to, but who knows? Mike Evans, he's very injury prone. McCaffrey, with the way he's at right now, you have a lot of starters that are questionable. Even going into week 1, I'm sure they're going to be on the injury report as questionable. You don't need any more injuries for the 49ers. And what you have in a lot of those players as well. So I understand just getting them out there, getting them back into the field, the game day field, going through all those motions. But I hope Shanahan plays them one series and gets out of there. And I mean, honestly, the Chargers are a lot healthier, but they've got some injuries on the offensive line. Tyler Biadasz going out for potentially the season with that ACL. That's a huge blow for a Chargers team that feels like their offensive line is just absolutely cursed. If you go back a couple of years, I mean, last season it was Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater. The year before that, I want to say 2023 was Corey Lindsey, their center, had that heart condition, went out. And then you had Slater in 22, also an injury, tore his bicep. So like, I want to make sure this offensive line is healthy going into the start of the season. And so similar to my take on the 49ers, if a lot of those starters for the Chargers don't play play more than a series, I think that could actually be an issue as well. So I like that we're seeing the starters. I think it makes these preseason games a whole lot more fun. But for these two teams in particular, it also makes me pretty nervous.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe I'm selfish, and maybe I'm dying for the real season, the regular season to get here, Kate. So I want to see the starters play. I want to see the guys that I know we're going to see in the regular season play. But I also understand that, especially what happened to Jeremiah Love and some other injuries that have wreaked havoc on many skill position players in the preseason so far. You don't want to risk any unnecessary injuries, especially like a team like the 49ers who can't escape them over the last several years. And you very perfectly laid out the Chargers offensive line injuries over the last couple of years. So yeah, again, probably a series, but for that series, I'm going to be locked into it.
It's going to be a fun series.
It's going to be a fun series. It's going to be a real fun series, both for the Niners' first offensive possession and the Chargers' first offensive possession. Real quick, Kate, I've been kind of at war with myself this offseason on what and how good I think the Chargers will be. Because I said after the 4-interception, 2-pick-6 game in the playoffs when Herbert just melted down into a puddle against the Texans 2 years ago, I was like, I'm not getting fooled by this guy. I had been a big Justin Herbert believer early on in his career, and he's been pretty damn good throughout the regular season every single year. Even though his yards have been down and the touchdown passes have been down, he's done a good job of taking care of the football. He only had 3 interceptions 2 years ago. But then the guy gets to the playoffs, and he is an absolute nightmare. Last year, you had all the excuses, right? The offensive line, Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt, like you mentioned. I feel like there's excuses every year for Justin Herbert. There's no excuses left. I don't care how many offensive line injuries they suffer. They've got Mike McDaniel, the genius, the offensive guru, right? Omarion Hampton, people can't stop gushing about him. You've got another tight end that they brought in here in David Njoku, and the receiving core is pretty solid that has been here consistently now for the last couple of years. There should be no excuses as to why the Chargers aren't a playoff team and why this offense isn't a borderline top 10 unit. Do you think they will be, though, Kate? Because I can see how they will, but then again, I just feel like I can't fool myself with thinking that, this is the year Herbert and the Chargers are going to do great things, an AFC title game, maybe even a Super Bowl. I can't force myself to believe that again.
I want to believe it every year, and it almost feels like you have like amnesia, or at least myself, at the start of every season, like this is the Chargers year. I think if the Chargers have success this season, it's going to be because of Mike McDaniel. I think he could be someone that comes in and changes the way this team operates on offense to the point where Herbert thrives a little bit more. You just got to hope those offensive line injuries, because it is kind of a cop-out for Herbert, but at the same time, he was the most pressured quarterback in the league last season because of a lot of those injuries.
That's true. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to talk some college football. What kind of year does North Carolina have? I'm Pat Boyle.
This is West.
So I think the quarterbacks in the 2026 class, I would have higher expectations for over the next 5 years. And that's not necessarily, again, a knock on the 2025 talent. I think the situations in some cases are just better with the teams that the 2026 quarterbacks landed on. But I think when we look up in 5 years, I would not be shocked if we had multiple conference championship game appearances for quarterbacks in the 2026 class. I would. I don't know if we have any Super Bowl appearances. I wouldn't bet on a Super Bowl victory for any of the quarterbacks in either one of these classes, but I would definitely have more consistent playoff appearances and deeper playoff runs. So if you're asking me to compare 2025, that class, to 2026 right now, maybe it's all the positivity from what we've seen through 1 week of the preseason, especially with Mendoza and Simpson and Beck and Aller. I would take this year's group, I think, over last year's group right now.
If anything makes sense right now, it would be keeping 4 just to protect yourself and try to win now and plan for the future. But like I said, I think a lot, not a lot. Honestly, I think if I'm betting right now, I would say it's a really good chance that they keep 4. I think Will Howard had to have to, even if he does look like garbage Friday, I think that the minds are already made up that they're keeping all 4 of these guys. I could be wrong, but that's the feeling I get right now.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Heyo! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. I got Kate Constable with me tonight. She's in for Brad Evans, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Thursday night shindig. It kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We will be keeping you posted live throughout the Texans and Raiders game, which is kicking off shortly. Fernando Mendoza is going to start and is expected to play the entire first half. C.J. Stroud and most of the Texans' offensive starters, they're going to play roughly, reportedly, 20 to 25 snaps. So Raiders, Texans, two teams that are on the opposite ends of the playoff contender spectrum, but the Raiders could close the gap significantly if and when Fernando Mendoza steps onto the field as their starter once the regular season kicks off. So we'll be keeping you posted on everything Mendoza does with that game starting shortly. 310-840-4910. We'll get you some baseball scoreboard updates in just a bit as well. But, Kate, we are 9 days away from week 0 in college football. Only a couple of more sleeps. Only a couple of more sleeps. Kate, I cannot wait. Cannot wait. I'm just looking, by the way, at that week 0 slate, which starts next Saturday in Dublin with North Carolina and TCU, year 2 under Bill Belichick after their brutal year a season ago. We'll get to them in just a second here, but you got number 14 USC hosting San Jose State. You got NC State, Virginia. You got a bunch of mid-majors playing. Hawaii, Stanford for the sickos. New Mexico State, Florida State for the sickos. Memphis, UNLV for the sickos. But, honestly, you're going to get 6 hours of pretty good football with North Carolina, TCU, and then USC should crush San Jose State, but you got to look at a top 25 team. And then NC State, Virginia is going to be a good one at Scott Stadium in Charlottesville. But let's focus in on year 2 with Bill Belichick here in North Carolina, because what kind of season are you expecting them to have, Kate? 4-8 a season ago after they got routed in their season opener against TCU and then picked up wins against cupcake schools Charlotte and Richmond. Then they lost 4 in a row. And the only other 2 teams they beat were, again, very, very poor teams, Syracuse and Stanford. It was a horrendous year 1 for Bill Belichick, who we thought could come to college football, and him and Lombardi, and they were going to be the 33rd team, and they were going to change the way that college football was done. A big goose egg last year in year 1. How do they bounce back now in year 2? Bill Belichick needs results. Otherwise, he ain't going to be here for long. I think that goes without saying. The greatest coach, arguably, of all time in football, Kate, do you think he bounces back in year 2? Why?
I don't think so. I don't think he does. If he does, it will be, I think, because, well, the offense can't be a whole lot worse than it was last year. They only scored, 231 total points all season long, fewest since 2016. North Carolina's coming off its worst year since 2018. So I guess the answer to your question, Pat, is it will be better, because how could it be a whole lot worse than what we saw last year? I don't think Bill Belichick is the answer at North Carolina. I think, if anything, maybe his son, is it Steve Belichick, could be the answer for with the defense, because that defense last year for North Carolina was actually pretty decent. I know the wins and losses tell a different story, but last year they gave up just under 300 points, and that was the fewest allowed since 2009 for North Carolina. And it was really the offense that had the issues. When North Carolina gave up or allowed more than 15 points in a game, they were 0-8. 15 points is not a whole lot to allow in a football game, right? So, it's just the offense that couldn't do anything. And now you have Bobby Petrino coming in over from Arkansas. And I think that could be something that turns this team around, Pat. If this team is better this year, I don't think it's going to necessarily be because of Belichick being the head coach. I think maybe the offense is better under Petrino. Last 2 seasons at Arkansas, finished 13th in the nation in total offense, 7th in yards per play. I mean, I know the Arkansas probably, the talent there is maybe a little bit higher than what UNC is getting in the portal and recruitment, but I think there's not a whole lot that could go any worse for UNC this upcoming season.
Yeah, and that is the biggest thing that you mentioned. It is Bobby Petrino coming over to be the offensive coordinator. Arkansas, under his, when he was the interim head coach, again, they were 2-10, like you said, but their offense did average over 450 yards per game. They were top 20 in the country. So just bring that offensive excellence over to North Carolina, which, again, does have a lot of new look players on this roster, but they do also have the return of running back Demon June, which is a great name, and he had an even better quote just a couple of days ago. When he was asked about the offense, he said, quote, "My confidence is through the roof. We're going to run at you. We're not going to go side to side, and we're not trying to be fancy with it. Just get downhill and play tough. Knowing the areas I need to improve on going into the offseason, help me add fuel to the fire just to come back this year with a tough guy type of mentality, just wanting to be that guy." So, again, does this North Carolina offense improve? And the other big question is what kind of play do they get from the quarterback position? Billy Edwards Jr. just named their starter 2 years ago. He's a sixth-year senior, granted a medical red shirt after getting hurt in the season opener last year for Wisconsin on a non-contact injury, and that certainly kind of greased the greased the tracks for what was a pretty brutal Badgers season. After that, because they only went 4-8 and only picked up 2 wins in conference play. And so you get Billy Edwards Jr., a guy that was at Maryland for 3 years, mostly as a backup. He started 1 year in 2024 and was decent. So again, that's the quarterback, Billy Edwards Jr., Bobby Petrino, now the offensive coordinator. But yeah, look, I mean, if Bill Belichick can't win with what should be an improved roster this year, when is he ever going to win, right? And I think, like you mentioned, Kate, they're not getting the kind of transfer portal additions, at least on paper, right? I mean, take for a lot of the things in college football, take the preseason rankings, take the roster rankings and the 5-star recruit and 5-star transfer portal. Outside of established players that we saw play as starters last year at other big-time programs, a lot of this is just, it's speculation. It's speculation. But if Bill Belichick can't take this roster this year and turn him into a 7-win team, an 8-win team, what is he doing here? Why is he still wasting his time? And why would North Carolina continue to waste their time with Bill Belichick, which has honestly delivered way more in terms of controversy with him and the relationship with his girlfriend who's 50 years younger than him and Lombardi than anybody else? There's no reason to put up with that if the wins aren't coming. And, like I said, take a lot of the preseason rankings and transfer portal rankings and throw them out the window. But that being said, North Carolina, it's not like they were adding a bunch of the top players in college football. Not a whole lot of guys wanted to come here and play for Bill Belichick. That's what it is. It's not until you start winning. You are not like players would rather go to the established programs. They want to go to Ohio State. They want to transfer to Texas. They want to transfer to the SEC schools and the Big Ten schools. They want to transfer to the schools that are going to pay them a lot of money and that have a lot of NIL deep pockets. North Carolina, they have them for basketball, but they, as much as money as they've tried to generate and raise, well, what did it bring you? A very mediocre roster a season ago. So a lot of this is going to come down to how good this North Carolina team is, still how great of a head coach Bill Belichick is. The offense has never been his thing. We know that. That's Petrino's now. They better be an improved unit. But that defense for Bill Belichick, like you said, Kate, they allowed more than 15 points. They were 0-8. It's not like they were allowing only 17 each game. They gave up 34 to UCF, 38 to Clemson, 32 to Duke, 42 to North Carolina State, 48 in that opener to TCU. They can't afford to do that this year. And against TCU in this game coming up next Saturday, in terms of who the favorite is, TCU is more than a touchdown favorite against the Tar Heels. So again, that with our friends at BetMGM, a lot of that for week 1, week 0 games in college football often means nothing, but that just goes to show you at what our friends at BetMGM and the odds makers think of North Carolina. They are once again a very mediocre team. This is going to take another tremendous coaching opportunity. It's going to take another tremendous coaching job by Bill Belichick just in order to get this team above 500. I got to be honest, I don't think it's happening.
I think this is the last year for Belichick in North Carolina. He's 74 years old. Part of the draw of bringing Belichick into UNC, I think, was to get the big name transfers, to get players that wanted to come over and play for a it's not in the Hall of Fame yet, but Hall of Fame worthy head coach, yes. Someone who'd won several Super Bowls, like one of the best coaches in the sport. And I don't think it's materialized quite the way UNC thought it would. And part of that, I think, is because of the drama, the madness, whatever, with his girlfriend and that whole situation. And a lot of the off-field stuff that's gone on at North Carolina, of just kind of it being a weird situation and him being a weird fit there. Because you're right, UNC is not getting the top quarterback transfers. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, Billy Edwards might be an okay player this year, but he was not one of the top names coming out of the portal and the transfer portal for quarterbacks this year, right? Like, and so I think that's one of the things that has failed to kind of come to fruition the way that the university and maybe Belichick thought it was going to be with him coming there, which makes it tough to win games when you're competing in, I know the ACC is a down conference, but you still play some pretty good teams. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be much better for the Tar Heels this year. And I think this could potentially be Belichick's last season coaching football in any capacity. The only thing that makes me think maybe they could beat TCU is the fact that it's in Dublin, Pat. Like, weird things happen in these week 0 overseas games. Northwestern beat Nebraska a couple seasons ago. I want to say Georgia Tech beat Florida State, right? That was the year Florida State was supposed to be unbelievable, and all of a sudden Florida State loses week 0 and then kind of nosedives. So that's the only silver lining I could think of, is just that funky things happen, but that's not that's not a sustainable approach to season-long success, is that you're banking on weird things happening because you're playing an overseas game.
Yeah, and they play my Notre Dame Fighting Irish on October 3rd in Chapel Hill. I cannot wait for that one. I can't wait for Notre Dame to beat them by 60 points. They play Miami, the defending national runners-up, on Halloween at home. And they play Louisville, who's ranked number 24 to start the year, at home. Those are their 3 ranked games. But again, last year in conference play, they got whooped by almost every. I mean, they went to overtime with Virginia. They do play Virginia on the road the second to last week of the season. North Carolina State beat them by 23. They finished the year with them again. The one team they did beat that they play again this year is Syracuse. And, again, they're going to have a cupcake game week 2 against East Tennessee State. But other than that, like, they're just going to have to rise above the rest of the ACC, which, again, you said it and I agree. It's an average conference. Clemson is unranked again. Even when Clemson had a brutal year a season ago with Dabo Swinney, Clemson still slaughtered them by 28 points. So, yeah, I think at best this is a 7-win team. And that's going to take Bill Belichick really rising to the occasion here and showing us why he was the greatest coach of all time at the NFL level. Much different game at the college level. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. 310-840-4910. Producer Brandon Combs asks a good question in our show chat. He said, do you think Bill could ever build in North Carolina what Curt Cignetti built in Indiana? A coach that, relative to Bill Belichick, was completely unknown. And then, now we know who he is. And even before that, Google me, right? I mean, just some badass quotes from Curt Cignetti. But that was a completely no-name coach that built an empire along his way. And then when it took it to Indiana and became, one of the most dominant powerhouse teams we've seen in recent memory. Do you think Bill Belichick? I know he's 74. The clock is running out, Kate. But if they do double their win total and they go 8-4, would we then go into 2027 thinking hey, college football playoffs in the conversation? Do we think that could happen? You and I are very pessimistic, but if Curt Cignetti can build what he built in Indiana, why can't Belichick build something similar at North Carolina when we know he's got the coaching credentials?
Yeah, no, not happening. I'm not only pessimistic, I'm the ultimate pessimist when it comes to that. Curt Cignetti did it across the college landscape at various different levels, right? D2, he won Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Elon University, 14-9. He goes to James Madison. And part of the success that he was able to have at Indiana is that he brought over players that knew him, right? So like, it's not like he had to, he brought over a team that was having success. And granted, it was at a lower level, but he kind of knew what he was getting out of those players and they knew what they were getting out of him. And that's different than Belichick piecing things together through the portal, I think. A lot of the continuity of Indiana was that several of those players played together at James Madison. And Cignetti's done it at the college level consistently, whereas it's different NFL to college. Like having success at the NFL level, different than having success at the college level because of all the other things you have to deal with at the college level. And let's not forget that Belichick did have the best quarterback of all time on his teams with the Patriots when he was winning Super Bowls. So it would you would have to have, I mean, granted, Fernando Mendoza is not the best college quarterback of all time. I think you could argue that. But I just think it's completely different. It's an apples to oranges comparison of what Cignetti's done throughout his coaching tenure versus what Belichick could potentially try and do here at UNC. And I think even if he does double his win total and wins 8 games this year, I don't think that there's a comparison between he and Cignetti whatsoever. I still think you can say Belichick's the greatest football coach of all time, but certainly not at the college level.
310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. What kind of season are you expecting from Bill Belichick and North Carolina? Do they take a big step forward after what was a debacle both on and off the field last season, or is it going to be more of the same this year in Chapel Hill? 310-840-4910. Texans have the ball in their opening drive, and they are driving down the field, so no Fernando Mendoza yet. We'll keep you posted on the Texans and the Raiders preseason game up to the very second when we return. We'll also talk some more college football. Is C.J. Carr going to win the Heisman this year for Notre Dame? As an Irish fan, I sure as hell think so, but could this be the year that Arch Manning finally steps up and proves that he is the future number 1 overall pick in the making? Plus, we'll talk about the SEC because everybody's talking about the Big Ten. Can the SEC reclaim glory this year in college football? So a lot of college football talk still coming when we come back. Get aboard, 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What division would you put London in? Oh, would you put them in the AFC East, the NFC East? You know, and you start to look at the travel logistics. And could every division have an international team? Could it be an entire international division? What does that look like? All these questions start to bubble to the surface. And I think we miss the forest for the trees just a little bit here, in that you can only have so many international markets in the NFL with permanent teams, permanent franchises, because the logistics of it are just too overwhelming. When you're talking about having an international game every week of the regular season and every team having to play at least one international game every year, okay, the schedule makers have done a great job of building that out, even when you've had teams stay overseas for 2 weeks to play back-to-back games, even when you talk about shortening international travel. This is multiple times in the last 12 hours, now that our video producer Mike Brown has jumped in our show chat to talk about the Concorde flying from New York to London in about 3 hours. There's multiple times I've heard about the Concorde and supersonic travel in the last last 18 hours or so, as people talk about the reality of what an international NFL could look like. But it's still limited. And when you start to talk about realigning divisions and adding 4 international teams or more. Look, maybe some distant time in the future, 40, 50 years from now, people are talking about, oh, there's 2 teams in London, and there's a team in Germany, and there's a team in Mexico City, and a team in Toronto, and oh, there's a team in Brazil. By the way, it's a 12-hour flight from like Charlotte to Brazil. Go ahead. Put Brazil in the NFC South. Let's see what that does. Aside from all the other logistical issues that exist, aside from the travel, I think we get a little too caught up in it, is my point. More than 1 or 2 international teams is going to be too much. It's going to be. And look, I get it. There's billions with a B of untapped dollars in the international market for the NFL. So I understand why they've gone that direction. Roger Goodell, whatever complaints you may have about him, has done a wonderful job of turning many of his owners from millionaires into billionaires over the course of his stewardship of the NFL. Money just rains down on the league at this point. So I get it. He's done a good job of that, but there's only so much that can be done to mitigate the logistical nightmares that would exist with with teams beyond, say, like I said, the other North American markets in Mexico City or Toronto and maybe London, because they figured out how to make London work. Like, I don't see a world with an NFL division in Europe. I don't. Not the least of which is screwing up what is right now a perfectly balanced 8 divisions of 4 teams each, and the schedule rotation makes all kinds of sense. Aside from that, aside from having a few divisions of 5 teams rather than 4, aside from all the logistical and travel nightmares that would exist, it just doesn't add up. So I know we get excited about coming up with our theoreticals. I think it might be a waste of time at this point.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Well, that was fast and that was easy with Max Crosby on the sideline. And as producer Brandon Combs pointed out, no shoulder pads, no helmet, but he's got a jersey on and eye black, even though he's probably not playing a single lick this game. I mean, the guy is just a sick puppy. What are you putting eye black on in a game you're not playing in? And so again, with I don't know how many Raiders defensive starters are playing. Max Crosby's not playing. The Texans march right down the field. Woody Marks with a grown man run, 20-yard touchdown run, bowling over a couple of defenders. The Texans lead at 7-0. C.J. Stroud 4 for 6, 27 yards, and then Fernando Mendoza just took the field for the Raiders' first possession, and on his first throw, not on the same page with his receiver Jalen Naylor, who, again, the Raiders brought in this year in free agency. He also kind of zipped it a little too hot, a little too heavy for him. It looked like about an 8-yard curl route that Mendoza threw a little bit too high. So an incompletion on his first pass. Raiders then take a false start penalty, and then Mendoza just bullet zipped a throw in there for a first down and a gain of about 22 to Jalen Naylor. So there is that arm talent. There is that arm power, that rocket shown off there by Fernando Mendoza. But all in all, Kate, first possession for Houston made it look easy against what looked like Raiders backup. So not a whole lot of questions answered there, but Mendoza just completed his first pass, and it was a dot. I mean, this guy throws we saw it in Indiana. He throws a freaking tight spiral.
Yeah, I mean, the one throw that everyone was talking about in that first preseason game when he threaded the needle with 3 defenders, Cardinals defenders, I mean, that was great. Those first 2 plays of the game for him, yeah, zipped that one. It looked a little rushed, the throw to Naylor, then having a penalty on the offensive line. Like, there it kind of felt like Mendoza was sped up a little bit, which we didn't really see a whole lot of in that first game, but certainly, I mean, settled in now. And I don't know where you're at in this game, but the Raiders, I don't know who that was, but he just took off
Mike Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Washington, who's going to be Ashton Genty's backup, just broke a tackle, went right up the middle for 33 yards. So, look, I mean, we know Ashton Genty is hopefully going to have a big year too, but how about the 4th-round rookie, Mike Washington from Arkansas, looking freaking good as well. And this Raiders first, he got picked. Mendoza just threw a pick, and it's coming back to the house for a pick 6. It was all starting out so well for the Raiders. Mendoza throws one behind his receiver, and it gets picked and taken back to the house. Oh, that is 1,000%. Thank you for the Tecmo Bowl music there. I'd like to shout out to Brandon Combs, who, again, we had a fierce debate, and Kate, I'm glad you're on my side, because that's a bad throw. Mendoza throws it behind his receiver, and it gets picked and taken to the house. Not even close to his running back, Mike Washington Jr., who just had that big run, and that's a pick 6. I love Fernando Mendoza. I think he's going to be great, but for everybody saying he should be out there right away, he just made a brutally bad throw, and it gets taken back for 7 against the Texans' backup defense.
Pat, I forget that all of the great quarterbacks never threw 1 interception in their entire life, never missed 1 pass in their entire. I forgot Jordan Love has never thrown a pick his entire career. Not once in his 3 years has he thrown an interception. Never made a mistake. It's incredible. I forget about that. You're right. Mendoza's terrible.
Did you hear, Kate? The guy can't admit that he's wrong. Did you hear what I said? I think he's going to be great. I can't wait to watch him. I think he has a chance to win Super Bowls in the near future. But he should not be the starter. Look, here's the thing. Here is certainty. You want certainty right now at this stage of his career, which is a couple of throws into his second preseason game. Kirk Cousins is a better quarterback than Fernando Mendoza right now. Maybe not in 6 weeks. Maybe not in 2 months. Right now, Kirk Cousins is a better quarterback. That's why he's starting, and it's because of throws like that. That's a terrible throw.
Yeah, that's a terrible throw, and that feels like a rookie mistake type of throw there. And I mean, there were 4 plays in that series for the Raiders, and I would say Mendoza was bad on 3 of those 4 plays. He had that one completion that was good. I think what's more important now for Fernando Mendoza and like what the Raiders really should be looking at is, okay, you just threw a pick 6. Brutal, right? Not ideal. But now he's going to come back in this next series. Next time the Raiders are on offense, he's playing the entire first half. I mean, unless that plan goes sideways based on how he looks through these first couple series. But how does he respond to that? And what does he look like when he gets back on the field? What does he do now that he's going to the sideline? Like, that's what the preseason games are for. And I think that's the most important thing that the Raiders are going to be learning from Fernando Mendoza is kind of how does he operate when these big mistakes, because that was a terrible throw, like objectively a really bad throw. But to Brandon's point, that does happen. Really good quarterbacks have thrown picks before, but how does Mendoza bounce back and kind of respond from that, I think is the more important thing to take away from that type of play.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't turn me into the villain. Don't make me be the bad guy, because a lot of you, Combs, are delusional and think that Mendoza should be starting right away in week 1. He shouldn't be. He's got a lot to learn, including how to throw the ball accurately over the middle. And again, trust me, I watched him dominate college football this year. I think he's going to be great. That doesn't mean he's going to succeed immediately at the NFL level. And he's got a lot to learn. And again, this is the Texans' backup starter, or the Texans' backups on defense playing right now. So I'm excited to see how Fernando Mendoza bounces back after that interception.
Pat, he kind of just stared down his receiver too. Like that's a rookie mistake too. His eyes were on the other side of the field to start, and then he shifted over, going through his progressions, and just stared down his receiver. And the defense is right there. Like the Texans defense is too good to not capitalize on that.
Yeah, and he did make a nice attempt on the tackle, but basically kind of whiffed. And he could have stopped the pick six, but that didn't happen. All right, so there you go. Mendoza, 1 for 3, 22 yards and a pick six. The Texans lead at 14-0 in the first quarter. Let's talk some more college football, Kate, because I got to inject my Notre Dame fandom at some point in here. And I do think Notre Dame is
taking us this long in the show, Pat. Honestly.
Well, here's the thing. I think Notre Dame's going 12-0, and I think they're going to the college football playoff. I'm pretty confident they can win a national championship because I think this is the best Notre Dame team that they're going to run out there in over 30 years. Since the 90s, this is better than the Brady Quinn, Jeff Samardzija, Darius Williams team of 2006 that started the year number 2 in the year, and that year ended with the Bush push. So I think Notre Dame are going to be the national champions. But again, that's me being a Notre Dame fan and seeing how many they're bringing 9 out of their top 10 tacklers from last season coming back. This is the first time in 6 years that Notre Dame has their starting quarterback coming back, or that they're not going to a new quarterback. CJ, here's the take that I really want to get off my chest. In a loaded quarterback class this year, why is nobody talking about CJ Carr? And maybe I'm living in an alternate reality. Maybe I, as a Notre Dame fan, I somehow am not seeing more Notre Dame fans posting about CJ Carr because he is the betting favorite to win the Heisman at 7-1, Kate. And yet all I keep hearing about is Arch Manning. All I keep hearing about is Dante Moore. All I keep hearing about is Julian Sayin. All I keep hearing about is Trinidad Chambliss. Why is nobody talking about CJ Carr? A guy that last year, as a freshman, was absolutely phenomenal, throwing for 2,700 yards, 24 touchdowns, only 6 picks, and, he can also run the football. Not that he ran it a whole lot last year. You don't need to when you had Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, but CJ Carr, when he needed to scramble, showed that he could, ran in 3 touchdowns. He was phenomenal as a freshman, as a true freshman, leading Notre Dame to 10-2, with their only 2 losses being by a field goal on the road at Miami, who went to the national title game, and then the week later when they put up 40 points and their defense couldn't stop anybody and they lose to A&M, who, by the way, had a top 20 defense in the country last year. Why is nobody talking about CJ Carr? Kate, come on. He's going to win the Heisman this year.
Because it's Notre Dame, Pat, and Notre Dame's probably the most polarizing team in college football. Either you love Notre Dame or you absolutely hate them. And Notre Dame's schedule, that's what gets talked about when you talk about the Irish, is how easy their schedule is. And so I feel like people kind of look at CJ Carr and say, and don't get me wrong, I certainly think he should be the favorite to win the Heisman. I think he's going to have an incredible season. But I think as we go into the year, the thought is, okay, well, Notre Dame's going to win all these games because their schedule's so easy. Of course, the guy's going to have success. Now, as he goes out and starts putting up numbers, I think that'll change the narrative a little, and people might jump on board a little bit more in terms of actually being, the reason he is the Heisman favorite. Because you're right. I mean, he can throw the ball, but he can also use his legs. He didn't have to last year, but you're going to see him extend plays a whole lot more this year. And I think that's going to be something where he'll be able to rack up the stats in both those categories. And that's what you need to win a Heisman. And you also need to win a bunch of games, which Notre Dame's likely going to do this year, Pat, because that schedule's pretty easy.
Stop saying it's pretty easy. They play three top 20 teams. They play BYU on the road, who's number 14. They play number 7 Miami, reigning national runners-up, in November. They play SMU, who's ranked number 19 to start the year. And again, Notre Dame, we know they're independent, but they're like quasi-ACC. So they play North Carolina, Stanford, Syracuse. Like, sorry that the ACC sucks. If the ACC was good, Notre Dame would have a top 5 schedule. And for everybody that always says Notre Dame's got such an easy schedule, Notre Dame, like, historically always has one of the top 20 toughest schedules every single year, because they're not in the SEC, which has been completely over-glorified, or they're not in the Big Ten, which is so top-heavy. When Notre Dame, look, Notre Dame didn't stop their annual rivalry with USC. Notre Dame didn't stop their annual rivalry with Michigan. I would still love if Notre Dame was playing Michigan and USC every single year. I would love for that to happen, but that's not the world we live in anymore with this freaking wild, wild west that is college football and the NCAA. Not my fault Wisconsin stinks. Notre Dame's had that game on the schedule for years. So, sorry, I just get defensive when I just hear every year. Like, people act like they don't have a single ranked team on their schedule. They got 3 of them. They've got 3 of them. Yes, they play Navy every year. Okay? And even when Navy is really, really good, Notre Dame kicks the crap out of them, and then everybody's like, oh, Navy stinks. No, they're like literally ranked 2 out of the last 3 seasons. Well, because Notre Dame makes them look completely inferior, everybody wants to say, oh, well, Notre Dame's just running over these teams that are absolutely terrible. No, it's just because Notre Dame is that good. Notre Dame is that good, and they got screwed last year, Kate. And I hate the Notre Dame clause that no matter, even if they finish top 12, no matter what, they're going to be guaranteed a spot in the college football playoff. That I can't stand. That I wish never happened. But we don't have to worry about that this year because Notre Dame's going to be number 1 or number 2 after an undefeated regular season.
Which team is Notre Dame going to lay the egg against this year? Because there's always that one.
Who will be the Marshall or the Northern Illinois?
Exactly. That's the biggest. That's the bigger question. I'm going Stanford.
Rice Owls are in that week 2 slot, but look, somebody's going to have to call PETA because we're going to be eating owls. We're going to be eating owls for breakfast, lunch, and dinner that day. Look, I mean, who would they lay the egg against? I mean, I don't know. Like Michigan State's not a good team.
No.
Michigan State's not good. Purdue is not good. North Carolina, you and I both think, imagine if they lose to Belichick in Chapel Hill. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's one of the games that's like weeks out, and they've already got a look-ahead line for. Notre Dame's a 24-point favorite in that game. I mean, it wouldn't be an egg, but I honestly, I do worry about playing in BYU in that kind of climate with the mountains, with the altitude. That's a game that I'm worried about. I'm not worried about Miami. Notre Dame played them. Notre Dame played an experienced Miami team last year in week 1 in a true road game and still only lost by a field goal. Now, Notre Dame is the experienced team, which like I mentioned, basically their entire starting defense coming back from a year ago. Yes, they have to replace the incredible, historic rushing efforts that you got from Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, 2 first-round running backs, but they have Aeneas Williams, who was their 3rd running back and averaged 9 yards a carry last year as the number 3 option. Small sample size, only got 24 carries, but still 224 yards on 24 carries. And in terms of the receiving core, their number 1 receiver, Jordan Faison's back. Yeah, Malachi Fields got drafted. Eli Raridan got drafted. But look, Notre Dame pumps out really stuff. They got Jaden Greathouse coming back. He only played 4 games last year because of an injury. And Notre Dame is tight end you every single year, no matter what. They got Flanagan squared, a couple of guys with the last name Flanagan that I'm excited to watch. And their offensive line is always elite. So I really don't know, Kate, where that egg is going to come from. If anything, it would just probably be like BYU ends up being an awesome team this year. Notre Dame loses a tight one on the road. Other than that, I think they're going to handle Miami. They're the experienced team this year. Miami is younger. Miami is retooling after their run to the title game, and Notre Dame is at home this time. So there is one potential loss I see on this schedule, and it's at BYU. And if history tells you anything, Notre Dame usually crushes those non-power conference teams that are playing better than expected or are getting a lot of respect.
And you also have Notre Dame, coming off of the snubbing of the college football playoff last year. So they are going to be hungry and ready to go. I certainly think they're going to have a good season, Pat, but it kind of is like national championship or bust for Notre Dame this year. And maybe they are a national championship caliber team. I don't know. It just feels like there's something that slips up every year for them. I was going to say they're going to make the college football playoff, but they're going to make it because they have to make it. The rule is they are in it, right?
It's not the rule. If they finish top 12 in the rankings, they make it no matter what.
Well, that's
Like they can't
essentially
be
a
they
rule.
can't be top 12 in the college football rankings and then and miss it. Like last year, I think they were ranked 12, but they missed it because of the fact that a group of 5 school had to get in and
Yeah.
whatever the other stipulation was. So that's why Notre Dame ended up missing it, and they jumped Miami ahead of them. Whereas if Notre Dame's ranked number 12, no matter what group of 5 team has to get in or whatnot, like Notre Dame is in as long as they finish in the top 12. Which again, I hate that. I hate the fact that they because that lends credence to a lot of the folks that are like, oh, Notre Dame's they're gonna do whatever they can to get Notre Dame in. Well, Notre Dame got screwed last year when they did play an incredibly tough schedule. And they lost their first 2 games by a combined 4 points to 2 teams that ended up going to the college football playoff. Miami goes to the national title game. One of those was a true road game, whereas a lot of these teams are playing neutral site games in week 1, and Notre Dame gets screwed. So I don't want to hear it because last year was that perfect opportunity for everybody that did think the Notre Dame haters, they're just going to get Notre Dame in no matter what. No, Notre Dame should have been in last year and didn't. So we don't have to worry about the whole stipulation because they're going to be 12-0, and we're not going to worry about it. 310-840-4910, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Get you an update on Texans and Raiders, and we will talk some SEC when we come back because the Big Ten, they've won all the titles. They're getting all the glory. They're getting the top of the rankings. As this year, the SEC comes barking back for glory and reclaims the throne atop college football. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The hell's going on with Paul Skeens? And I hate to be overly simplistic. I'd love to dig into this and come up with all sorts of layers and reasons and new pitching coach and altered delivery and oh, look, he's got a little bit of a gut now. I've heard people say that. He's not conditioning like he used to. All kinds of reasons. I think it's really simple. Paul Skeens has thrown a whole hell of a lot of pitches since he was originally called up just over 2 years ago. The man hasn't really missed any time. And he got started earlier than ever this year because he wanted to pitch for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. I don't fault him for that. I'd do the same thing if given the opportunity. But I think you may simply be looking at fatigue. And if that's the case, before he starts overthrowing and causing problems for himself, you're 5.5 out of the final wild card with like 4 teams between you and that last spot, Pittsburgh. Sit him down. I know that's not going to sell tickets. I know that's going to look like you're waving a white flag and all that. I'd rather, if I were Pirates management, sit down Paul Skeens for the last month of the season, give him extra time to rest and recover and go through a full offseason, knowing full well we don't know what's going to happen next spring and there may be extra time to ramp up next spring. All the better. Let him get right for next year because it's not happening this year.
He's more of a low key. I like to say a low key taskmaster. He's really, really diligent in what he does, and I think a lot of people in Pittsburgh were skeptical of his ability or why they hired him. They believed that they hired him because he was a Pittsburgh guy and he spoke like us and he talked like us and he looked like us. But then they quickly realized that he's a pretty doggone good coach. So I like the hire. I think there's a lot of people do like the hire, and I don't think he gets enough recognition nationally. If you look at his resume, Matt, compared to maybe John Harbaugh, they're the same person. But John Harbaugh was considered by far the best hire of this past quarterback, the coaching circle. And while McCarthy's been considered one of the worst, I think they got a guy that has an opportunity to win now. And I think they might have hit a home run here with this McCarthy. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be just a prisoner of the moment. But he looks like one thing you can tell from Mike McCarthy, he knows what he is doing. There's no fooling around, man.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Before we get to the SEC, let's get you an update on Texans Raiders. It is one-way traffic. The Texans jumped out to an early lead, 7-0 on a Woody Marks 20-yard touchdown run. And then if you were listening to the show, I went nuts on a Fernando Mendoza 80-yard pick six for a touchdown. That made it 14-0. Then the Raiders went 3 and out. And Mendoza only threw it once, and it was an incompletion on a deep ball on 3rd and 9. Texans got a field goal. And so it's 17-0, and now the Raiders are finally starting to put together some good offensive production. Mendoza just took a pretty big hit as he completes a pass that ends up getting the pile pushed ahead for another first down. So they finally got some continuity here on this drive. Mendoza has completed 2 straight passes for 10 yards, and now another one for 9 yards. So 2 straight completions for 19 yards, and after that interception, they did go 3 and out, but Kate, Mendoza's starting to look good here and settle in. And, again, Texans playing their defensive backups, and they still look good. But other than that pick six, Mendoza has looked good tonight, I got to admit. Kate, you're muted.
Whoopsies. Started a little slow for Mendoza, but, I mean, he has settled in a little bit and going up against a significantly better defense than he saw last week against the Cardinals. And I mean, he'll have another quarter here, end of the first. I think as long as he can continue to sustain some of these drives, it'll be a pretty successful night overall for Mendoza, but certainly didn't come out like firing like Brandon thought he might. Or who was it? Raider J from Wisconsin. Raider J thought Fernando Mendoza was going to come out and throw 7 touchdowns. Haven't seen that yet, but I mean, second preseason game, I think the kid's playing just fine.
310-840-4910. Let's get to some college football here, Kate. Let's talk about the big bad SEC. That ain't so big and bad anymore, but they are stacked in terms of how many teams could potentially win a national championship this year. Just going off of the AP preseason top 25. Yes, again, it's Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Notre Dame 4. But shortly after that, there comes the SEC mountain of teams. Georgia 3, Texas 5, Texas A&M 8, Ole Miss 9, Oklahoma 10, LSU 11, Alabama 13. And Then Tennessee's also ranked this year, and Missouri at 25. So there is plenty of depth in this conference. And I want to know, Kate, what do you think about do you think the SEC has anything to prove this year? Because in the first two editions of the 12-team college football playoff, out of the two semifinals, so 8 combined teams, the SEC has only amounted for 2 of those teams, and we know that the Big Ten has won 3 straight national championships. So is the SEC, have they not been as good, or has the Big Ten just had the best team in the country over the last 3 years? And do you expect all these teams, the Georgia, Texas, Oklahoma, LSU, Alabama, do you think they will reclaim the throne? One of these teams wins a national championship this year.
No, I don't believe we see an SEC team win the national championship. It's true that the Big Ten, I think, has jumped the SEC in the past couple years as the premier conference in college football, because they've won 3 national championships with 3 different teams, and the SEC, their head-to-head record against Big Ten teams in the playoff, 8-2. So, objectively, the Big Ten has had better playoff success, but I do think that is partly because they've had the best teams in the country, or best team, rather than the entire conference top to bottom is better. I still think the SEC as a full conference is the better team because depth wise, they have significantly more than the Big Ten, but at the top, the talent and the teams that the Big Ten has put together, those trump anything that we've seen from the SEC. And I mean, I think a lot of that also just has to do with Nick Saban being gone at Alabama, right? Like, Alabama was in the mix every year, and now Saban goes away, and now Alabama is just another team. So that's part of it too. But I certainly think that the Big Ten's kind of reclaimed the top of the mountain in terms of college football.
Who are you most excited about this year in the SEC? And for me, it's not Georgia. It's a different team, and maybe I might be buying into the hype that we were spoon-fed last year on this specific team, but I'm going to wait until the top of the hour to let you know. But Kate, which team are you excited about? Whether it's that you think they're going to be the best team, they're going to be the SEC champion, or just a team that you are very excited to watch?
I'm just excited for the drama of Ole Miss LSU. This Ole Miss team has a veteran roster. Like, that's all I care about, Pat. I just want the drama. That they could win. They could win a boatload of games this year. Whereas LSU and Lane Kiffin, very low in returning experience. The continuity is not there. I just think that that's going to be a fascinating thing to watch this year. And they play each other. So those two teams.
Yeah, week 3.
Yeah, exactly. Texas is the one that I'm actually the most interested in, but the drama-wise between Ole Miss LSU, it's heavily going to be on my radar.
Oh yeah, LSU number 11, Ole Miss number 9. Lane Kiffin will go back to Oxford, where he'll have to take on Trinidad Chambliss with his new quarterback, Sam Levitt. All right, I'll tell you when we come back, if it's not Notre Dame, who I think is winning the national championship this year, and they're from the SEC. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM Tonight.
So I think the quarterbacks in the 2026 class, I would have higher expectations for over the next 5 years. And that's not necessarily, again, a knock on the 2025 talent. I think the situations in some cases are just better with the teams that the 2026 quarterbacks landed on. But I think when we look up in 5 years, I would not be shocked if we had multiple conference championship game appearances for quarterbacks in the 2026 class. I wouldn't. I don't know if we have any Super Bowl appearances. I wouldn't bet on a Super Bowl victory for any of the quarterbacks in either one of these classes, but I would definitely have more consistent playoff appearances and deeper playoff runs. So if you're asking me to compare 2025, that class, to 2026 right now, maybe it's all the positivity from what we've seen through 1 week of the preseason, especially with Mendoza and Simpson and Beck and Aller. I would take this year's group, I think, over last year's group right now.
If anything makes sense right now, it would be keeping 4 just to protect yourself and try to win now and plan for the future. But like I said, I think not a lot. Honestly, I think if I'm betting right now, I would say it's a really good chance that they keep 4. I think Will Howard have to, even if he does look like garbage Friday, I think that the minds are already made up that they're keeping all 4 of these guys. I could be wrong, but that's the feeling I get right now.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Kate Constable's with me tonight. She is in for Brad Evans, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 of this Thursday night get-together kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. I just popped my second Zevia of the day. Kate, and you heard me burp just there.
Ooh.
So talking, I guess the injection of caffeine into my body, talking maybe a little bit tough for the time being.
I just popped my second spindrift of the day, Pat. We're on the same wavelength here tonight.
Look at us. Who would have thought? Look at us going nuts, getting wild on a Thursday night. Zero calorie, zero fake sweetener, but somehow it wakes me up because of the stevia. It's a magical thing. Stevia soda, Zevia. I love it. Can't stop drinking them.
This was part of the Costco haul this morning. New batch of carbonated drinks.
That's gorgeous. That's beautiful. Anyway, talking text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Coming up in 20 minutes, we're going to play the Geo Sports game. Coming up in an hour from now, hot or cold. If you want to get in on the mix of anything we've been talking about, debating some college football over the last hour. What do you think about Bill Belichick in North Carolina this year? What do you think of the SEC? What do you think about Notre Dame and C.J. Carr? I think he's going to win the Heisman. I think Notre Dame's going 12-0. I think they're going to win the national championship. Yes, I'm a Notre Dame fan, but look, they've got a quarterback coming back who was awesome last year. They've got a defense returning 9 of their 10 top tacklers from a season ago. I'm all in on Marcus Freeman. A year and a half ago, I was completely out on Marcus Freeman. Then they went to the national championship game, which I never would have thought in a million years was going to happen in the same season that they lost to Northern Illinois. But yet, that is exactly what happened. And I thought they got screwed last year, so revenge on their plate as well that they're hopefully eating and digesting every single day. 310-840-4910. But Kate, before the break, we'll get you an update on Texans-Raiders in just a bit. You haven't missed much, only a field goal on the Raiders side. Before the break, I did say, if not Notre Dame, there is a team that I think is going to be so freaking scary good this year. And it's another team that is kind of having to bounce back from some disappointment a season ago, from not making the college football playoff as the preseason number 1, number 2 team in the country. They did go to the semifinal last 2 years ago, and that's the Texas Longhorns. And I think if Notre Dame doesn't win the championship this year, Kate, I think it's going to be Sark. I think it's going to be Steve Sarkisian and Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns. Because I do think Arch Manning is going to be fantastic. And look, I'm the first to admit, just how we all, unanimously, unilaterally as football fans, realized how bad J.J. McCarthy was a season ago. That is, we all also, as college football fans, unilaterally realized how bad Arch Manning was in the beginning of last year. Right? Brutal against Ohio State, not much better against the cupcake schools, was terrible against Florida through the 2 interceptions. But then, as Texas kind of faded into the background, he slowly but surely got much, much better. And then, had the setback. He didn't play great against Georgia, but then finished the season. This is what I was most impressed with. Finished the season with dominant efforts against Arkansas and Texas A&M. Texas A&M, who was number 3 in the country, and even though Arch Manning didn't have a great completion percentage in that game, he was smart with the football, barely took any sacks, and I thought had one of his best games of the year, despite the box score not looking all that sexy. And now Arch Manning with a full offseason to get better, to digest what happened, being thrown into the spotlight, being Peyton and Eli's nephew and having just a mountain of pressure and expectations on top of you. And frankly, a running game that also wasn't very good last year. I think Arch Manning is going to be ready this year. I'm counting on Arch Manning this year looking like the Arch Manning that a lot of us thought was going to be last year. So I think he'll be a Heisman candidate for sure. He's the second, odds favorite behind C.J. Carr. And so I don't know how that makes me feel, that I do think the top 2 guys in the Heisman odds market are also probably going to be number 1 and number 2. But hey, crazier things have happened than what is supposed to happen. But here's the other thing. I love what Steve Sarkisian did in the transfer portal. On the defensive side, went in and after losing star linebackers Anthony Hill Jr. and Leona Leafau, they get Rasheem Biles, who was awesome at Pitt last year. and was one of the best linebackers in the transfer portal. But not even that. It is that run game that was really mediocre, really weak last year. Sark went out and got the 2 best running backs in the transfer portal, Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers. Fantastic name. Fantastic name. 2 guys that at Arizona State and NC State were just incredibly physical. I can't wait to watch this Texas offense run the ball, but I do think they're going to be very, very balanced because I think Arch is going to take a big step forward. And they also went out and got Cam Coleman in the transfer portal, who, had some drop issues at Auburn, but 6'3", 200 pounds, a highlight reel machine. I think this Texas offense is going to be incredibly scary, and I think Sark, who took them to the college football playoff semifinals a couple of years ago, had the down season a year ago. I think this is the year that Texas can put it all together. And so if it's not Notre Dame, I can see the Longhorns winning the title this year. I think they are going to be a machine.
I don't disagree with you at all, Pat. I really do think this is the year where Arch kind of everything comes to fruition for him. Everything starts coming together. You saw it back half of the season last year. And then the receiving group that he has this year, you mentioned Cam Coleman, but Ryan Wingo coming off of 54 catches last season, 7 scores. Like, he kind of has all the pieces in place where if it doesn't work this year for Texas, like, when is it going to? And that's assuming health all year long. But they have a great offensive line, as they do what it seems like every season. And if Arch lives up to the expectations in this season now, I think national championship certainly isn't out of the question for them whatsoever. They do have a difficult schedule as of right now, right? They play a lot of ranked teams right now. Are those teams going to be ranked at that point of the season? That's the question for every team, right? And I think we'll know pretty quickly. Week 2 against Ohio State, that's an absolutely massive game. We'll be able to see pretty quickly how they stack up against the top team in the nation.
It was at the Horseshoe last year on the road, and despite how poorly Arch Manning played, they lost by 7. This year, they get the Buckeyes at home in Austin at prime time. Week 2, they get a week to beat up on Texas State. So, that is, holy smokes, we're only 4 weeks away from that game. Mark that down on your calendar. I cannot wait. But look, the home games they play in conference this year. Well, neutral site against Oklahoma, right? The Red River Shootout. And then at home against number 9 Ole Miss. The road games they play in the SEC, at number 20 Tennessee, at number 25 Missouri, at number 11 LSU, and at number 8 Texas A&M. It's a brutal schedule. The SEC, like we said, is, even though the Big Ten has taken the throne in terms of the national championships and the top of the top, we know the depth is mouthwatering. We know the depth of the SEC is molten lava. It's incredible. So there's really not many easy games to be found, but I'm buying in on Texas this year. I'm buying in, and I'm not so much buying in on the Georgia Bulldogs because I just, Gunnar Stockton doesn't really do it for me, Kate. He doesn't really do it for me, and I know that college football obviously is so much more than the quarterback, but I just feel like we have on paper. We just assume Georgia's defense is going to be incredible. Let's not forget how young and how dysfunctional their secondary and their defense was the first couple of weeks of last season. They got really, really good as the year went on, and then they got torn apart by Trinidad Chambliss in that college football playoff game. So I think the days of just assuming Georgia's defense is going to be a unit, they're going to be elite, they're going to be unstoppable, they've got 7 NFL players, I think those days are over. And I think that Kirby Smart is going to have a real, he's going to have a real coaching job on his hands this year that he's got to go out there and get done, because just like every other team in the SEC, their schedule is a beast. And I'm not all in on Georgia like I am on Texas.
That's interesting. I feel like all I've heard all season is just that Georgia is the top team in the SEC. Georgia's the one that's going to bring the SEC back to prominence. It's Georgia. Georgia hasn't been the standard Georgia over the last couple of years. Granted, yes, one loss last year. But two losses for them is even a lot. And losses to Alabama too. And an Alabama team that is coached by Kalen DeBoer that a lot of people don't like. So, they still win plenty of games. Like, don't get me wrong. They're still, making it to the college football playoff every year. But I'm kind of with you in is Gunnar Stockton the guy. It feels like he's just been around for a long time, and he's kind of he's been there, he's done that. As long as he's still playing, we're going to run it back with him. Whereas he a true difference maker in terms of winning you those big games. He certainly won plenty of games at Georgia, but I'm not sold on him either. I still think Georgia's going to go over their win total. They're going to win. Maybe have 2 losses on the year at most.
Yeah. Let me just quickly pull up Georgia's schedule here because I had it in front of me and then I don't know what happened to it. So, so Georgia's got Tennessee State, Western Kentucky to start the year at Arkansas. They're going to be 3-0, no questions asked. Home against number 10 Oklahoma. At 13th ranked Alabama 2 weeks later. And then at number 9 Ole Miss on November 7th and home against 25th Missouri. Actually, the more that I look at this schedule, Kate, it's actually pretty easy. And I think that's maybe why Georgia's getting a ton of hype and a ton of, maybe a ton of people putting some money on them to win the SEC or to win the national championship. They don't got to play Texas. They don't have to play LSU. They only have to play 4 ranked teams. 4. They play South Carolina. They play Florida, who I'm not expecting much of at all this year. They play Auburn at home. They play Vandy. And again, they play Arkansas on the what you couldn't ask for really much more of an easier SEC schedule. So they play 4 ranked teams. Texas plays 7, including the number 1 team in the country. And if anything, maybe that battle testedness is why I like Texas, where I feel like Georgia can kind of largely skate by and maybe a lot of their flaws won't be exposed. Because think about like you said, Kate, what happened last year? They only lost 1 game. They didn't. They played a tough schedule, but it wasn't a brutal schedule. And then all of a sudden, they get to the quarterfinals, and they really hadn't seen an explosive offense. They played Ole Miss, and they struggled to beat them, and they played them at home. And they played them again, and all of their flaws, the secondary, the inability to stop the big plays, once again, it reared its ugly head. And, you go back to the year before that as well, in 2024, when it was kind of the opposite. Georgia didn't play a ton of good defenses that could run the football, and then they played Notre Dame. And yes, I know that Carson Beck got hurt, and they had Gunnar Stockton, they had backup quarterback playing. But still, they couldn't run the football. They couldn't do anything against Notre Dame. So it's almost as like, Georgia will probably hum-ho their way to an 11-1 record, and they'll play in the SEC title game. But then it's like, which version is showing up in the college football playoff? Because they have been one and done in each of the last 2 seasons. And, 3 years ago, when it was the last year of the 4-team college football playoff, remarkably, they get to the SEC title game, lose to Alabama, and then get shut out of the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm. I wonder, of this schedule for Georgia, because you're right, as you go through these, it's incredibly easy. Like, the games that will decide where Georgia stands, I guess that's probably the question is, like, where does Georgia lie within the college football playoff? Because they're more than likely going to make it. They're going to make it to the SEC championship game. And even if they are a one loss, 2 loss SEC team, they're making it into the playoffs. So do they get a first round bye? That type of deal. Do they win the SEC championship? I think that's like where the questions for Georgia are, because with the schedule, they're going to make it. Like, your biggest hurdles this year are number 10 Oklahoma, going on the road at Alabama, and against an Ole Miss team that's maybe not as good as last year's team, but you lost to them last year in the playoffs. So that's going to be a big one that's circled there. So I just don't think there's many spots where Georgia's going to slip up this year, despite maybe not being the the same type of Georgia teams back when Saban was playing. Like, it almost feels like Nick Saban left and all of a sudden Kirby Smart kind of lost his edge a little bit, where his teams have been really good in terms of wins, but like they haven't performed in the playoffs quite like they used to.
That's a good point. Right? He needed Saban to push him. He needed his rival.
Right?
Like, to make the tennis argument, it's like Rafael Nadal needed Roger Federer, and once Federer retired, Nadal, the injuries slowly became more and more progressive, and outside of the French Open, he really didn't win much, if anything, after that. So yeah, does Kirby Smart need Nick Saban back more than anything? He needs somebody else. He needs Lane Kiffin to start some smack with him.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Lane Kiffin and LSU. I mean, you want to talk about the biggest target in all of college football this year, firmly on your back. It's Lane Kiffin, it's Sam Leavitt, and it's now LSU. He leaves Ole Miss to go to their hated rival in the manner that he did it as well. And then he does that freaking interview on the damn tarmac on the runway with his clothes, the clothes rack right next to him. I mean, there is nobody slimier than Lane Kiffin, but there's also nobody probably more exciting in college football than Lane Kiffin. So there's going to be a ton of people that want him to fail. There's going to be a ton of people that, LSU fans and Lane Kiffin that obviously are dying for him to succeed. He's great for college football, whether you hate him or you love him. But you want to talk about a tough schedule. LSU, 2 out of the first 4 games are against top 10 teams. And I don't think Dabo and Clemson are going to be good, but that's always a tough way to start the year. They get that rematch with Ole Miss. That's such an emotional game, Kate, no matter if they win or they lose. Right away, I'll tell you what, right now, as long as Texas A&M doesn't suffer some big injuries, I'll tell you a betting spot that I like is A&M to beat LSU, no matter how they do against Ole Miss the week after they play them, because that is such an emotional high that they're going to be coming off of. And then to just gear it up again the next week, even though they're home, and you'll probably get a better price because they're going to be at home against A&M. I'll be taking A&M to beat LSU after Lane Kiffin and the Tigers play Ole Miss. And they also have to play Bama, Texas, and then Tennessee on the road 3 weeks in a row at the end of the season. Like, the expectations of college football playoff, and I'll be honest, I'm not all that impressed with Sam Leavitt, nor am I with this LSU defense every single year, even when they've had some really solid players on paper. So I'm probably got LSU out more than I got them in to the college football playoff this year.
Yeah, I think this could be one of those instances where things don't happen the way LSU is hoping in year 1 under Lane Kiffin. Year 2, year 3, maybe. But year 1, I think, could be a little bit more of a struggle than Tiger fans are hoping. Phil Steele's, he always does those, he does the college football preview book, and he always does the experience breakdown. That's probably not the right term of what he calls it, but how experienced a team are, the rankings there. And this LSU team is extremely low in terms of experience of returning players, returning starters, guys that have played together before. Whereas Ole Miss, they are ranked a little bit higher in that category. They have been more players that have been together longer. They have more of that continuity. So I think that this could be a year where, yes, LSU's going to win games. Like, they're going to be good. Are they going to be national championship good? Probably not. Could they get beat by Ole Miss on September 19th? Very likely. Well, very likely is probably a stretch. I wouldn't be shocked whatsoever, right? And then you're right. You talk about letdown spots in college football or any sport in terms of betting. That is the quintessential letdown spot in week 4 against Texas A&M, because regardless of win or loss, the emotional letdown there is going to be absolutely huge. So everyone just circle that weekend on your calendar to bet against LSU.
310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get you an update because they're almost at halftime. So we'll see how this drive plays out, and it'll be at half. We'll get you an update on the Raiders and the Texans. One full half of Fernando Mendoza will be in the books. We'll let you know how his night is going when we return. And also we'll play the Geo Sports game, which will be fun. Get your pens and pencils and paper ready to go, baby, and your maps, because you're going to need them. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable filling in for Brad Evans. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What division would you put London in? Oh, would you put them in the AFC East, the NFC East? And you start to look at the travel logistics. And could every division have an international team? Could it be an entire international division? What does that look like? All these questions start to bubble to the surface. And I think we miss the forest for the trees just a little bit here, in that you can only have so many international markets in the NFL with permanent teams, permanent franchises, because the logistics of it are just too overwhelming. When you're talking about having an international game every week of the regular season and every team having to play at least one international game every year, okay, the schedule makers have done a great job of building that out. Even when you've had teams stay overseas for 2 weeks to play back-to-back games, even when you talk about shortening international travel. This is multiple times in the last 12 hours, now that our video producer Mike Brown has jumped in our show chat to talk about the Concorde flying from New York to London in about 3 hours. There's multiple times I've heard about the Concorde and supersonic travel in the last 18 hours or so, as people talk about the reality of what an international NFL could look like. But it's still limited. And when you start to talk about realigning divisions and adding 4 international teams or more, look, maybe some distant time in the future, 40, 50 years from now, people are talking about, oh, there's 2 teams in London, and there's a team in Germany, and there's a team in Mexico City, and a team in Toronto, and oh, there's a team in Brazil. By the way, it's a 12-hour flight from, like, Charlotte to Brazil. Go ahead. Put Brazil in the NFC South. Let's see what that does. Aside from all the other logistical issues that exist, aside from the travel, I think we get a little too caught up in it, is my point. More than 1 or 2 international teams is going to be too much. It's going to be. And look, I get it. There's billions with a B of untapped dollars in the international market for the NFL. So I understand why they've gone that direction. Roger Goodell, whatever complaints you may have about him, has done a wonderful job of turning many of his owners from millionaires into billionaires over the course of his stewardship of the NFL. Money just rains down on the league at this point. So I get it. He's done a good job of that, but there's only so much that can be done to mitigate the logistical nightmares that would exist with teams beyond, say, like I said, the other North American markets in Mexico City or Toronto and maybe London, because they figured out how to make London work. Like, I don't see a world with an NFL division in Europe. I don't. Not the least of which is screwing up what is right now a perfectly balanced 8 divisions of 4 teams each, and the schedule rotation makes all kinds of sense. Aside from that, aside from having a few divisions of 5 teams rather than 4, aside from all the logistical and travel nightmares that would exist, it just doesn't add up. So I know we get excited about coming up with our theoreticals. I think it might be a waste of time at this point.
Great games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Later, I don't know what to why. They're like Ted, right? You just got to sing vowels to these songs. A-I-O-U. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. I'm going to call an audible here, Kate. We got the Geo Sports game that we're going to get to, but let's save it for next segment. We'll make this a quicker segment because we got a phone caller, and I do want to get an update on this Texans-Raiders game as they are at halftime. So before we get to the update of the game, let's get a phone call in here because we're talking a lot of college football. Let's go 310-840-4910. Eric in Florida next up on BetMGM Tonight. Eric, what's going on?
My man, Pat, I love your show. Did you watch the Hurricanes versus Notre Dame last year, or did you just see the box score?
I watched the game, baby. I watched the game.
All right. We destroyed them in every aspect of the game. You guys have not taught Hurricanes yet, and we're probably better this year than we were last year.
Okay, well, to say that you destroyed Notre Dame when you won by a field goal, you had
because
25
garbage
more
time.
yards.
We started running the ball between the tackles for the whole second half, and C.J. Carr threw a garbage touchdown.
What are you talking about? Yeah, Notre Dame got off to a very slow start, and Miami at one point was up by 2 scores after an awesome first drive to start the third quarter. I remember that game. But then, I remember they both went 3 and out. Notre Dame scored to get it within a score. CJ Carr threw a pick, and then Miami kicked a field goal to go up by 10. And that game. I didn't watch that game thinking Notre Dame got destroyed. I watched that game thinking, wow, Miami's really good in the trenches. Notre Dame hasn't played well, and then they still had a chance to potentially come back and win the game. And they tied the game up, and then Miami had to go drive the length of the field to kick a field goal. What are you talking about? They didn't destroy them. They blew a massive lead.
I was at the game, as I am at every game, and I tell you, Notre Dame fans were going to the exits all game. I just tell you that.
Maybe because of the
Our play call
rain.
in the second half was hot garbage. And then we went on to, again, so just the college football
Are you drunk
playoff.
for that
Why
game,
is nobody
Eric? Because
talking
I don't
about
know which
Miami?
game I don't know which game you're remembering. I mean, again, Notre Dame
Why
got
is-
outplayed, and yes,
Why
they
is
lost, but
nobody
they did not
talking
get
about
destroyed.
Miami? All right, went to Texas A&M, beat them, beat Ole Miss, beat Ohio State. Why is nobody talking about the Hurricanes?
I don't know. Why is nobody talking about the Hurricanes?
I don't know. Maybe you should.
Perhaps. Well, Eric, again, I appreciate the call. And I guess you're a Miami fan. And look, it was a phenomenal season a year ago. You went all the way to the national championship game, and you gave Indiana way bigger of a fight than I thought they were going to. But, you lose your quarterback. You lose a lot of your talent from a year ago. And that's probably why, even though Miami is starting the season ranked number 7, and they've got a great team, I don't know. I don't think Mario Cristobal is capable of putting together another season like the one that they did, where, again, it felt like they should have been on the outside looking in, but because the committee decided to put them in, then all of a sudden their defense, their defensive line, their offensive line, and yeah, Carson Beck played some of the best ball of his college career, but I'm still fixated. I don't know what game you were at the game. I don't know what you were talking about. Miami was better for most of it, and then Notre Dame came storming back. I mean, a college football game is 60 minutes. It's not 45, so Notre Dame came back and tied the game, and then Miami drove down the field and kicked a field goal to win it. I don't know, Kate, do you remember watching that game? Did you think Notre Dame got destroyed?
Absolutely not. I think Notre Dame struggled early, but I also think it was a rookie quarterback making his first start in rainstorm. That also kind of lends itself to maybe a struggling start, but I mean, Eric says, did you just look at the box score? No, we actually watched these games as well. But the box score also just says it was a 3-point game. So I don't think you can necessarily say that Miami dominated in that game or Notre Dame got absolutely crushed when it was a 3-point game. And sure, maybe to his point is the play calling in the second half sucked for Miami. Well, don't have bad play calling. Like then maybe you would have dominated the entire game if that's not the way it went. But you kind of fumbled it late in the second half with some of those play calls, and Notre Dame scores. They get back into it. That's a ball game to me. I don't think Miami dominated that game whatsoever.
No, they didn't. And here's the thing. Here's why I don't believe in Miami, because what was their strength? It was the trenches. And who did they lose? Their two best pass rushers, two top first-round picks, or two top 40 overall picks in Akeem Mesidor and Ruben Bain Jr., who accounted for more than 50% of their sacks last year. Both those guys gone to the NFL. The offensive line lost four starters off that offensive line, including Maui Noah, who went to the New York Giants. Obviously, you lost Carson Beck. You know, Darian Mensah coming in from Duke, who had some really, really good numbers last year, nearly 4,000 yards and 34 touchdowns. Okay, you could say Darian Mensah's ready to step in and be a Heisman candidate. I'm not as high on him as a lot of other people are, but he's definitely one of the candidates. I mean, he's like on the top 8 of the Heisman odds. So he could absolutely put together a monster year. But to me, it comes down to the trenches. Comes down to the offensive line losing 4 out of 5 starters, and it comes down to losing your two best pass rushers. Now, again, they have the benefit, Kate, of playing in the ACC, which is down, which stinks. Clemson, mid, again, probably. Bill Belichick in North Carolina, mediocre. Duke, not going to be as good. You know, their toughest opponents, you can argue they get to play them at home. And then you got the rematch with Notre Dame, which this time is in South Bend. And it's C.J. Carr, not in his first ever college football game. And Notre Dame's the more experienced team now. So maybe that's why nobody's talking about Miami. Are they going to win the ACC? They should. Otherwise, it'd be a gigantic disappointment. So I do expect Miami to be back in the college football playoff wholeheartedly. But I don't expect them to get the national championship game. Nobody, not nobody, but basically almost nobody did last year, and they made a tremendous run. But the strength, the identity of that team a year ago is essentially all turned over. That's why I don't believe in Miami to get to make a deep run this year.
Well, okay, let's assume that Miami loses to Notre Dame too, because they are a touchdown underdog. Isn't it also like Mario Cristobal just loses a game he shouldn't every year? All of a sudden, you add one of those to the mix, and Miami has 2 losses on the season. Is a 2-loss ACC team going to get into the college football playoff? You better cross your fingers.
Assuming they win the ACC title, yes. But if there was another team that goes undefeated in conference play, or if they don't win the ACC title game, then yes. But yeah, you mentioned it. Mario Cristobal does lose games every single year that he shouldn't lose. Last year, it was to Louisville at home by 3 and then to SMU in overtime. You know, the year before that, they were rolling along. They were 9-0 with Cam Ward, and everybody bought into their stock. And then how they finished the year? Lose to Georgia Tech and lose to Syracuse. So, yeah, look, guys like Eric in Florida and the Hurricanes fans, they're riding off the high of last year. And I think they're going to be a great team again. I think they're going to be the ACC champions. I think they're going to get to the college football playoff. But I'm not expecting them to do much after that. You know, we'll see. Injuries are obviously always a part of the game. But, yeah, they're going to get to the college football playoff because the ACC is weak, and I do think they have enough talent, and I do think Darian Mensah will be really good. But, again, like Kate said, don't lose any games that you shouldn't. Don't pull a Notre Dame from the last 2 years and lose to teams that you have no business losing to. 310-840-4910. All right, really quickly, we're at halftime, and the Texans lead the Raiders 20-3. So I would assume Fernando Mendoza's day is done. 8 for 15, 86 yards, and that pick 6. He did have a ball that should have been a completion of more than 20 yards that got dropped by one of his receivers. But we'll talk much, much more at the top of the hour about Fernando Mendoza's night, because we're going to take a short break and we're going to play the Geo Sports game when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Number to join is 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
the hell's going on with Paul Skeens? The hell's going on with Paul Skeens? And I hate to be overly simplistic. I'd love to dig into this and come up with all sorts of layers and reasons and new pitching coach and altered delivery and oh, look, he's got a little bit of a gut now. I've heard people say that. He's not conditioning like he used to. All kinds of reasons. I think it's really simple. Paul Skeens has thrown a whole hell of a lot of pitches since he was originally called up just over 2 years ago. The man hasn't really missed any time. And he got started earlier than ever this year because he wanted to pitch for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. I don't fault him for that. I'd do the same thing if given the opportunity. But I think you may simply be looking at fatigue. And if that's the case, before he starts overthrowing and causing problems for himself?
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. Top of the hour, we got hot or cold. We've got a full breakdown, full analysis of the first half for Fernando Mendoza and this Texans versus Raiders game. Texans lead at 20-3 as they're about to start the second half, and it appears, again, that Fernando Mendoza's day is done. So Aiden O'Connell most likely coming in for the Raiders. Again, full comments, full analysis, full reaction from a full half of Fernando Mendoza at the top of the hour. Don't miss it. 310-840-4910. But for now, we're going to play the Geo Sports game, baby. So let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Let's get video producer Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, in the mix, where geography meets trivia. 5 questions. We've got to answer by placing a pin on the map of where that answer is. Without further ado, gentlemen, let's go.
Let's go.
All right.
Here we go. Question number 1. Each year, swimmers race from a notorious island prison to the shore across the bay of this city. I'm assuming Alcatraz and San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, that's San Francisco.
Yeah.
Now I feel like we've screwed up San
right
Francisco
where your mouse
before.
is at, Monty. That right up. Nope. Go to the right there. Yeah. See that
That's
where your
Alcatraz?
mouse is right there? That's Alcatraz, and right to the lower left of that is San Francisco.
So I think the answer is Alcatraz, or is it San Francisco?
It's San Francisco. Swimmers race
Well,
from a notorious island prison to the shore across the
This
bay of
city.
this city.
Yeah. Cool. So right where my mouse is now.
Yeah.
I guess you probably put it there, or even like right on the corner of, like the mouth of San Francisco where the bay meets San Francisco.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like right there. Somewhere in there.
All right, rip it, Monty.
Just drove by Alcatraz, by the way, last weekend. Saw
Wow,
it.
nicely, and there you go.
Look at that.
Perfect 100. You guys nailed it.
Easy peasy.
Love
Beautiful. What's the other city? Is it
Question
Oakland?
2.
Oakland's on the opposite side of the bay, or am I wrong?
Correct.
It's the Bay,
You
baby.
are correct.
Then where's Santa Clara? Because the San Francisco 49ers don't play in San Francisco.
It's like an
south
hour
of San Jose.
south. Yeah.
Wow, the 49ers are that far outside of San Francisco. So for everybody that doesn't know how far outside of New York City MetLife Stadium and East Rutherford are, which is like a good solid 45 minutes, but with traffic it's over an hour. I didn't know Santa Clara is an hour outside of Frisco.
That's without traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's
I guess
why
it's probably
Bears
probably
fans
about the same.
complaining about Northwestern Indiana drives me nuts because it's nothing compared to where some of these people play, compared to where they say they're from. All right, next question,
Okay.
Monty.
Yes, question 2. God Shamgod and Chris Dunn starred for this program in this city, which won its first Big East regular season title in 2022.
It's my neck of the woods now. That's Nova.
Isn't it Providence?
No, Chris Dunn played for Villanova, didn't he?
Yeah.
I
Wait, when was it? Their
thought
first
Shamgod
Big East
played
title?
for-
What was the year, Monty?
2022.
Ooh,
That's
Chris Dunn definitely went to Villanova, unless I'm an idiot. Oh no, maybe he didn't.
Yeah, didn't he hit the big shot in the game against UNC? Or am I making that up?
Yeah. Okay. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is Nova. I could have sworn.
No,
that
wait a
was,
minute. Who said Providence?
Providence. Yeah. Because they went to the.
No,
they went
because
to the
first Big
tournament.
East title in Villanova definitely won a Big
2022.
East title before.
I was just gonna say that's not Nova then if it was 2022 because they had to have won them before. All right, maybe
And
it
that's
is
Chris-
Providence.
Combs, we're thinking of Chris Jenkins. Chris Jenkins. It's
Ah.
not. I think it
yeah.
is Providence. Because Villanova.
Yeah, I was
that's what
thinking
threw me
Jenkins.
off. That's what threw me off because Chris. I thought Chris Dunn was Chris Jenkins, but then it was the first Big East title in 2022. Nova absolutely won one before that, so it probably is Providence.
I'm pretty sure it was
All right.
Providence, but I mean, like I said, I could be wrong.
No,
Basketball's
I think
your
you're right.
sport.
No,
Yeah, I think you're right too.
I was definitely thinking Chris Jenkins as well. So
Now,
this
where
is
is
Rhode Island, right?
Providence, though?
Small state.
Yeah, that's Rhode Island.
Providence.
Is it
yeah.
the biggest city in the state? I would think. I have no
would
idea.
I think so. It's the capital,
been
isn't
nu-
it? Providence.
I've been to Newport, which is on the beach,
Providence.
on the coast.
Providence is the capital of Rhode Island, right? Providence, Rhode Island. I just have no
So,
idea where it
yes.
is.
It's got to be the biggest
I think
city.
that's
It's got to
it
be
right
right
there.
there.
Yeah.
It's gotta be. Go down swinging.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Nailed
Boom.
it. Nailed it.
Wow.
Got him.
Let's
Who
go.
was the first person? Who was the first one that said Providence? Because you saved us.
That was me.
Brandon.
Holmes, good job. Good
He's
job.
the only one that said Providence, I think, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I said Nova.
All right, question 3. Michael Jordan hit 202 for the Barons during his baseball detour
Monty's about to die.
playing. I know. Sorry, trying to clear my throat. All right, let's restart. Michael Jordan hit 202 for the Barons during his baseball detour playing home games near this city. Isn't that Birmingham?
That's Birmingham.
I think
Yeah.
Yeah, the Birmingham
Yeah.
Barons.
Birmingham, Alabama.
Double
So I always
18,
forget,
double
is
18.
Alabama on the left or the right?
Ooh.
Alabama's on the right,
I
right?
believe the right.
I believe so.
Because
I was
Mississippi's next to New Orleans.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Where is Birmingham, though? I feel like
So-
Birmingham is central Alabama.
I would agree with that statement. How central is the question? I think it's pretty big
Birmingham's
city, right?
Montgomery's the capital, but Birmingham's got to be the biggest city.
I think it's in the center.
I think this is it
Smack
right
dab
here.
in the middle.
Smack dab. Yeah, I think so.
All right.
What do you
Rip
think?
it.
Smack it?
Smack
I
it.
think, yeah.
Oh, you dirty dog. You definitely nailed it. Oh!
Whoa.
Nailed it. Perfect 100. North Central Alabama is where Birmingham is. Oh, baby. Hell yeah.
3 in a row.
Come on. We've done this before. We've gotten 3 100s, and then we and then it's some Middle Eastern or South Pacific
know.
Asian
Here,
country, and
yeah.
we get thrown off.
Here comes the answer is Congo.
Yeah.
Ooh, all right.
What's question 4,
4.
Monty?
Before becoming an NFL legend, Tom Brady was drafted as a catcher by the MLB team in this
Oh.
city.
I have the baseball
You got to
card.
know this, Combs.
It's the Montreal
This has
Expos.
you all over it.
Which is right above New York and New Hampshire, the state line. They're like right to the left of it is Montreal. So like right in there somewhere
Right
is
here?
Montreal. Yep.
Okay, yeah.
He's
Yeah,
right,
that's
because
a huge
Toronto
city,
is
isn't it?
right north of Buffalo,
Correct.
Yep.
which is western New York. All right, that's got to be it.
It's got to be. We're hitting it.
And I'm pretty sure Montreal is separated by a river, so that's got to be it. Yeah. Oh my God.
Whoa.
4 perfects in a row. We're going for. I don't. Have we
Uh-oh.
ever? Did we ever?
Have
pull
you
off
guys
a
ever
5 for
gotten
5?
more than that?
Once we got a perfect score.
We did it once. Yeah.
Okay.
But you guys, I think
All right.
you were out, Pat. I think it was actually me, PJ, Monty, and if
think
I'm not
Pete, maybe?
mistaken, was it Pete or was it Gabe? I think it was Gabe.
I thought I was there for the perfect.
Yeah,
score.
maybe. You would think that, though.
I have a great memory. Read the final question, Monty, will you?
Of course. Here we go. Europe reclaimed golf's Ryder Cup in 2023 at a course on the edge of this capital.
Oh, no.
In Rome.
They played it in Rome?
Yeah.
In 2023?
Yep.
And Europe won?
I don't know where Rome, Italy's at, but I know it was in Rome. So wherever
It's
Rome
like
is
kind
at,
of in
you
the
guys
middle?
tell me.
Rome is central. If I... Oh.
Yeah. Maybe that.
I mean,
That's that. It was what's the name of that
Rome-
course? Marco something. I forget the name of it. I remember the name Marco was in it though.
I'm almost positive Rome is like south central. Like kind of where that first one
Yeah,
that you
that-
had, Monty.
That's what I was thinking too. Is it kind of tucked away in between all these mountains? It makes sense for a very early
I don't think I don't
civilization.
I don't think Rome is though. That's the thing. I don't think it's a I don't think it's
I'm
in
not sure Rome is like in the.
Isn't it by the
smack dab
Vatican
of the
City?
middle.
It's by
I
the
feel
Vatican
like it's
City, right?
closer to the.
Isn't
Yeah.
that where
Yeah,
the VC
Combe.
is there?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That might literally
make
just give us
sense.
the answer there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's
That's
on
a
the
very good
it's
point.
more towards the coast. It's definitely not on the coast, but I guess
It's
close
closer
to the coast.
than the
I
middle.
would say somewhere
for sure.
in there.
Oh man. All right. I'm just gonna
let her
rip it.
Oh no. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Oh, dart!
Perfection!
Absolute dart.
Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that.
Combs,
What's the
you were
name of it,
MVP
Monty,
there.
at the bottom? What's the name of the course? I can't see it.
Marco Simone.
I knew it was Marco something. Marco Simone.
Combs, you are the freaking MVP. You were the one
Yeah,
that
wow.
saved us from going Villanova, and then I had no idea that they played in Rome in Italy in 2023. Perfection. Let's freaking
US should have won that
go,
one.
baby. Let's go. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, yeah. All right, we'll take a short break. There was some kind of scary injury. I think it was to a backup. So we'll get you caught up on what happened in the Texans-Raiders game, but I saw everybody was taking a knee on the field. We'll do hot or cold to kick off the final hour when we come back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This
So I think the quarterbacks in the 2026 class, I would have higher expectations for over the next 5 years. And that's not necessarily, again, a knock on the 2025 talent. I think the situations in some cases are just better with the teams that the 2026 quarterbacks landed on. But I think when we look up in 5 years, I would not be shocked if we had multiple conference championship game appearances for quarterbacks in the 2026 class. I would. I don't know if we have any Super Bowl appearances. I wouldn't bet on a Super Bowl victory for any of the quarterbacks in either one of these classes, but I would definitely have more consistent playoff appearances and deeper playoff runs. So if you're asking me to compare 2025, that class, to 2026 right now, maybe it's all the positivity from what we've seen through 1 week of the preseason, especially with Mendoza and Simpson and Beck and Aller. I would take this year's group, I think, over last year's group right now.
If anything makes sense right now, it would be keeping 4 just to protect yourself and try to win now and plan for the future. But like I said, I think not a lot. Honestly, I think if I'm betting right now, I would say it's a really good chance that they keep 4. I think Will Howard have to, even if he does look like garbage Friday, I think that the mind's already made up that they're keeping all 4 of these guys. I could be wrong, but that's the feeling I get right now.
Is it hot or is it cold? You decide right now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Kate Constable's with me tonight, filling in for Brad Evans, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. 5th and final hour already of this Thursday night program kicks off right now. The show has been flying by tonight. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Final hour of the show, open phone lines, 310-840-4910. Anything you want to talk about, 310-840-4910. We're going to talk a lot about the first half and the second preseason game of Fernando Mendoza because he is done for the night. The Texans lead the Raiders 20-3 in the third quarter. I myself have switched over to NFL Network because Brock Purdy And the majority of the 49ers starters are expected to play tonight, at least for a series or two. And Justin Herbert and the majority of the Chargers starters are expected to play tonight, if only for a series. So I'm pumped for the beginning of that game, while the backups have now completely entered for the Texans and the Raiders. So 310-840-4910. But I'll give you the box score numbers, and then we will get into it with Hot or Cold with producer Brandon Combs and with Kate. But the highlight or the low light of the night for Fernando Mendoza was the pick six that he threw on his third pass of the night, underthrowing his running back, Mike Washington Jr., who was running like kind of that Texas route where the running back comes over the middle, underthrew him into an interception. Again, a pick six that got brought back 80 yards for a touchdown by Wade Woodaz. And that's, again, the Texans played most of their backups on defense tonight to start the game. They didn't even play their defensive starters. So Fernando Mendoza finishes 8 for 15, 86 yards, no touchdowns, one pick. He was sacked once for 11 yards. He did not attempt to run the football, and pretty lackluster performance. So with that being said, let's get into Hot or Cold. Combs, what's going on, brother?
What is going on? I love the way that, like, when we put some stuff in there, like you have this way of like hedging things to try to be on your side. And it kind of drives me nuts about you, because
what are you talking about?
Lackluster performance. Oh, they were playing their backups. You know who else was playing their backups? The Raiders. The offensive line of the Raiders. Jadeveon Clowney carving them up and damn near hitting Fernando Mendoza on every damn play. Every time he dropped back, the wide receivers dropping passes. So spare me with the they're playing their backups. Well, so are the Raiders.
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you think Fernando Mendoza was good tonight?
I thought Fernando Mendoza was okay. Did I think he was good? Did I think he was great? No, but I think he was okay for what he was working with. Yeah,
that was a pretty big step back from his first
thank you, Kate.
performance,
because
week one.
In the first performance, he was playing with the ones. Linderbaum was under center. The offensive line, the starting offensive line was in there. He had all of the weapons. Genty was still playing. They had the entire the first offense was out there when he went out there.
Okay, so he's playing with backups against backups. So
Yes.
it's kind of a level playing field.
So we're going to pretend like the Texans backups, Jadeveon Clowney being a backup is different than playing against any other team's backups. Come on.
I mean, Jadeveon Clowney
Let's
is
be
washed up
honest.
at this point. You're acting like
Yeah,
Jadeveon
I was
Clowney.
gonna say
This is like
Jadeveon Clowney hasn't done anything in a
2019.
long time.
Oh my God.
Plus,
Yeah, like this
Brandon,
is
he's the
2018.
number one overall pick. He's supposed to be the franchise changer. He should be able.
I understand that.
I expected him to do a little bit more, even with backup offensive line.
And he had a pass on the out route on the sideline that hit his wide receiver right in the hands. That would have at least been a 20-yard pass if the guy gets tackled right away. But he had room to run. Might have even been able to break it for a touchdown. But we overlooked that because the ball doesn't get caught. Like, those are the things that I'm talking about. Some of the passes that he's making, that pass that we saw in week one, where he's just threading it between defenders. We've seen that too. You can't just take the bad and forget about the good. You have to take it all in effect. I mean, how many times have you gone and watched a quarterback? Let's take Patrick Mahomes. Let's take Tom Brady. Let's take Peyton Manning. Let's take any Hall of Fame quarterback you want to take. And how many times did you watch a game where they had 100% completion percentage?
It's not the point. I mean, the biggest throw he made tonight was throwing it like feet behind his intended target, and it gets brought back to the house.
He made a bad throw.
He was erratic.
He
His
made a
first
mistake.
throw of the night was over
There's
his
a lot-
receiver's head. Yes, you made the point. The one deep throw, I forget who the receiver was that he threw it to, which was a great, and he had some good passes. His second throw of the night was a line drive bullet rip, but to a guy that was open. He made some good throws to open players. The one play that also should have been at least a 20-yard gain, the receiver dropped, but like playing with a backup offensive line or not. He played against the backups of the Texans, so I would say level playing field. And for the most part, he looked like a rookie that is not ready to start yet.
Okay. All right. So let's go play behind Kirk Cousins. Let's go sit behind Kirk Cousins. The last time that you saw Kirk Cousins was in a regular season game? What were his numbers? Because they weren't good, Pat. He had a pass.
The final game of the year against New Orleans,
he
was 18 of 32 for 180 yards, a touchdown, a pick. Again, I'm not saying that Kirk Cousins is going to light the world on fire, but I think right now, and I think the learning curve, and I think like how quickly Fernando Mendoza can get good, like it's going to be exponential. But right now, I think Kirk Cousins is a better quarterback than Fernando Mendoza. At this, on this day.
We're all in agreement, are we not, that by some point in this season, the Raiders should go to Fernando Mendoza?
Yes.
Right?
Kate,
Yes.
You agree with me?
Yes.
So why are you wasting time behind a guy in Kirk Cousins who is not a guy? This isn't the Packers situation. This isn't a situation that Patrick Mahomes was in, where you have a veteran quarterback who's already established on a team, who's already taking a team to the playoffs. You're going to put in a starter that you know isn't going to be good, that you know isn't taking you to the playoffs, and that you know isn't doing anything in a schedule where you look at the schedule, and you guys talked about it earlier, about how tough this schedule is going to be. And there's no good spot to enter this kid in. Why wouldn't you just start him week 1 when there's nothing to lose?
Because I think you want to win football games.
You're not going to win football games with Kirk Cousins.
You told me they were going to be a playoff team. But Kate, sorry, go ahead.
If Mendoza starts work week 1.
Well, okay, so this is how Mendoza looked. Again, I know backup offensive line, but like, do you want your rookie quarterback, to play like this early on in first couple games of the season and have his confidence shot? That could be a reality.
Yes. If that's what
the worry,
if his confidence gets shot because he throws an interception, then he shows you that he's not the future of your franchise. If his confidence is getting shot, it's not like we're not throwing him in there. We've watched the same thing with the Chicago Bears, Kate. We've watched when they've drafted a quarterback and they've brought in a veteran to start in front of that quarterback to ease him into it. Have we not? We watched it with Justin Fields. Remember when everybody was cheering when Dalton went down for an injury and they brought in Justin Fields? People were cheering that Andy Dalton got hurt.
That was really sad.
Yes, and before that, when they brought, I forget who was the guy they brought in ahead of Mitch. They brought in there was somebody ahead of Mitch
Foles?
That they brought in. I'm not sure if it was Foles or somebody, but at any rate, you bring it in, and you're bringing in a guy who's just a stopgap, who you know isn't going to complete the season, and that doesn't make sense. It made sense for the Packers with Jordan Love. It made sense for the Packers with Aaron Rodgers. It made sense for the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes sitting behind Alex Smith, who was already taking them to the playoffs. It made sense.
So should the Cardinals start Carson Beck?
Yes, 110%.
Come on. Okay, I could maybe get on board with that one a little bit more, because I think
I can't. But I can't. Brissett had a decent year last year.
Brissett.
But you're not married to Jacoby Brissett. You barely wanted to give him a 1-year extension. Why are you wasting time with a guy if you think a guy is going to be your guy moving forward? And in Arizona, to me, might be a different story, because here's why I don't like the Justin Fields thing. Justin Fields came in behind an offensive line that was just getting him murdered. That's what killed Justin Fields' confidence. It wasn't the fact that he threw an interception. It was the fact that he got sacked 9 times and they just kept dropping him back in 12-step drops and getting him murdered behind an offensive line that was just inept. You're not going to have that with Fernando Mendoza. You might have that with Carson Beck in Arizona, because that line is atrocious too. But you're not going to have that behind Tyler Linderbaum in this Raiders offensive line, which is a lot better than what those guys had to work with. But you're putting him in with a quarterback who the last time we saw him play was not very good. Kirk Cousins is not, he's a good backup now. That's what Kirk Cousins is. Kirk Cousins is a guy who can come in as a backup and not lose you 4 games in a 4-game stretch if your quarterback's going to be out. He might be able to go 2-2 in a 4-game stretch. That's what he is. But Fernando Mendoza is your future. So to not start him week 1 because you want, we might win games, but we've all said that he's going to come in. Fernando Mendoza is going to come in. I mean, hell, Raider J wants it to be week 9 for whatever reason. I mean, if they're 8-1 under Kirk Cousins, do you want it to still be Fernando Mendoza? Is it still Fernando Mendoza's team? Or are you talking about sitting him all year? He also said that if he's 3-1, it doesn't matter if the first 4 weeks, if he's 3-1, Fernando Mendoza is coming in. Like, what are we talking about then? Then why is Kirk Cousins starting if no matter what the record is by week 4, week 5, week 6? Why is it then that you're going to bring him in? Because to me, that's the same thing that you did with Justin Fields in Pittsburgh. When he was 4-2, and then you brought him in behind a guy in Russell Wilson who could no longer throw a forward pass. Like, you got to start looking at what do you want the future to be? And if your future is Fernando Mendoza and you're not sitting him behind a guy who's going to take you to the playoffs and behind a guy who's going to give you a chance to win and succeed, and I don't mean win a couple of games, I mean win and win 9-10 games, then why is it not Fernando Mendoza? That doesn't make sense to me.
I think Kirk Cousins gives the Raiders a better chance of beating the Dolphins in week 1 than Fernando Mendoza does.
You're out of your mind. You are out of your mind.
Am I?
That's why you let Fernando start. That's another reason you let Fernando start week 1. You let him gain the confidence against the Dolphins defense that is no better than my nephew's freaking Pee-wee team right now. That's what you do.
Well,
you let him start against that, and you let him gain the confidence against a defense that's not going to get to him.
Well, Fernando Mendoza played the backup defense of the Texans tonight, and they scored 3 points.
Oh, stop it. And the backup defense of the Texans would be the starting defense of the Miami Dolphins.
Maybe some spots.
But you
Maybe
need
some
more
spots.
than 3 points then.
What's that?
Yeah, I'm
I
with
think-
Pat on this one. Cousins has to start week 1. He gives you the best chance to win football games. Fernando Mendoza did not look good tonight. I'm sorry. Like, maybe, yes, even backup offensive line, but he did not look good. Like, C performance at best.
Yeah, I agree with
you. And you want to
great.
dismiss that. Yeah, you want to dismiss that because he was playing with the backup offensive line, and he didn't have Genty, and he didn't have Bowers, and he didn't have Jack Besh. What are we going to do without Jack Besh? How could we ever survive without the services of Jack Besh and Trey Tucker? And he did have Jalen Naylor. That's his wide receiver too. So he did have him. But
did I tell you that if he starts, they're going 17-0? Is he going to make?
No, you think they're going to make the playoffs though? You think they're a playoff team, Combs?
Yes.
No, there's no way that they are a playoff team, regardless of who is at quarterback for the Raiders. How do you expect them to beat half the teams on the back end of their schedule? You expect Fernando Mendoza to come in and rattle off wins against San Francisco, Seattle, Denver, back-to-back weeks.
Not if he's not
Kansas
starting
City,
week
New
1.
England, Buffalo, the Rams.
If that's when you're bringing him in, then no, because it's a completely different
but I don't
element.
even think the roster is good. Like, the defense isn't even good enough to help them win those games. Even if the offense puts up 28 points, I still think the defense is going to be the problem.
I think that in the first 5 weeks, when they play the Dolphins, Chargers, Saints, Chiefs, and Patriots, with Kirk Cousins, they're probably 1-4. With Fernando Mendoza, they're probably 3-2.
Okay, so you think Kirk Cousins is costing them 2 wins that they would otherwise have? You think the Raiders are going to be a playoff team if Mendoza plays week 1? I would think you'd have to win a minimum of 10 games to be a playoff team. So you think that if Fernando Mendoza takes over in week 6 and they're 1-4, but they would normally be 3-2. So you think 3-2, week 6, that means they have 12 games. You think that in 12 games, Fernando Mendoza is going 7-5? 7-5 or better?
I know, because it's a different Pat. You're telling me. So if you're telling me that you're going to start the season with the Dolphins and the Saints defenses in the first 3 weeks, you're not telling me that that's not different than your first 2 games are against the Bills and the Rams in those defenses? That's a completely different start. If you're talking about confidence and not wanting to shake his confidence, then you let him play against Miami. You let him go out there and maybe he's terrible, but maybe he throws 4 or 5 touchdowns in his first NFL game and throws for 400 yards, and now he's got some confidence heading into the Chargers game. But now you want to start him against Buffalo, or you want to going up against Josh Allen, and then you want him to go up against that Rams defense, who everybody's talking about the Rams defense being some juggernaut?
I think you're underrating what the mental confidence could be for him by watching Kirk Cousins and learning through osmosis and going through the preparation process and not actually have to live that. You ever get trained? I mean, would you not agree that if nothing else, Kirk Cousins is like a consummate professional in terms of the guy does everything the right way, and that's why he's still in the league at this age, a couple years removed from a torn Achilles. That's why. Yes.
Can he be a good mentor? Yes.
Holmes, you ever get trained for a job when you ran the board for the first time? Were you not trained before it?
I'm not answering that.
I think I actually asked you this exact question literally all the way back in April when we had this debate for the first time, and we've had it so many times since. But most of the time, at least when I started working in sports radio and I worked at WFAN, I was trained how to run the board, how to play all the commercials, how to podcast the shows, how to play all the drops, how to do all this stuff. And for the first time that I actually did it, I felt confident. I felt like I was ready to handle it. If I just got thrown on the board and said, here you go, figure it out for yourself, learn how to do it. Like here's how to do it, but actually do it yourself rather than sitting and watching somebody and having them explain to you all the processes and all the innuendos and how the tips on how to do everything that goes into running a board. It's not easy. It's not easy. That's the comparison that I would make. That's why I think the mental preparation, the mental confidence, you're just completely ignoring and you're underrating how big of a factor that is in his growth.
I'm not. If you're telling me that Kirk Cousins is going to win the Raiders games and Kirk Cousins is their best chance to win and Kirk Cousins can take this team to the playoffs, then I'm on board with him sitting for a year the same way that Patrick Mahomes sat, the same way that Jordan Love sat. I'm on board with all of that. But if you're telling me that he's going to sit there and you're going to watch the same Kirk Cousins that we saw in let's say the final 3 games that he played as a starter, I'm looking at the numbers now, 6 of 14 with a 42% completion percentage, 21 of 31, 5 of 7. Like you're talking about a guy who did not throw a touchdown in his final 3 games. What is he going to learn by Kirk Cousins going out and being mid? What is he learning on the field about Kirk Cousins being mid?
What games are you looking at?
I'm looking at let's see here.
You're talking about games that he either took over.
I've got it backwards. 21 of 35, 13 of 20, and 18 of 32 were his last. So 56% completion percentage, 65 and 60. His passer ratings in those games, 69.8, 82.7, and 99.2. So again, watching a quarterback be mid, what is he going to learn from that? If you're talking about preparation and all of that stuff, that's what he's getting from Kirk Cousins in the preseason. That's what Kirk Cousins is there for, is to lead, for veteran leadership. But Kirk Cousins isn't taking this team anywhere. So what is he learning from Kirk Cousins on the field, watching Kirk Cousins do what? If you're telling me he's learning how to win because Kirk Cousins is going to go out there and win, then Kirk Cousins needs to play the entire season.
I'm not saying he's going to learn how to win. I think it's just whether you win, lose, no matter how good you are, how bad you are. These guys, Kirk Cousins is one of the best in the NFL at making sure that he's got the mental side completely taken care of, that he is prepared. That I don't know how to describe it other than being a pro. Like after the drive ends, sitting down, looking at the tablet, talking with Clint Kubiak, talking about what went wrong, what went right, what you're seeing from the defense, how to beat that, things that you can do at the line of scrimmage in order to make some adjustments, different, changing up the play calling a little bit, having those fluid conversations with a head coach that a quarterback has in between every drive, and then
all the things
Fernando
Kirk can
Mendoza
teach him while he's on the sidelines.
Well, I think it's just easier that Mendoza can. I think it's just better that he's able to sit there and watch and take and absorb all of that stuff when it really matters, not just in the preseason, which we can admit it's kind of a joke. I think that is going to allow Fernando Mendoza to hit the ground running and to see that exponential growth rather than just the physical reps of playing some, rather mediocre teams like the Dolphins and the Saints. I think the mental reps for him are as important as the physical reps.
So, Kate, you would rather see Fernando Mendoza against Buffalo and LA and all of those teams that you talk about in the second half of their schedule as opposed to seeing him start week 1 against the Miami Dolphins and week 3 against the New Orleans Saints?
No. I mean, that's the argument to starting Mendoza. That's like that would be the main point, is that it would be an easier schedule or easier, intro into NFL regular season against Miami. But it's the trade-off of, do you want to throw him to the Wolves right away, or do you want to, get his feet wet a little bit and then essentially throw him to the Wolves? I mean, like, I think it would be a disservice to him to start him week 7 against the Rams defense. But Buffalo's defense, like, not one of the top defenses in the NFL, let me tell you that. New England's, there is a slew of games in there where, yes, I will agree with you that those are tough spots to throw in a rookie, but I still think the pros outweigh the cons in terms of sitting him a couple games and letting Kirk start the season and then throwing him in. But also, like,
started him. Go ahead.
If he's good enough to start week 1 against the Dolphins, is he not good enough to be thrown in against Buffalo week 6?
I think it's just vastly different.
Throwing him in there
and
week
even
1
if you started him, even if you started him versus the Jets, even right after that, do you get to play the Jets? But then even after that, you get the Niners, Seahawks, and Broncos in consecutive weeks before you get to face the Browns. Like, there is no good spot to put him. That's why, to me, it just makes the most sense week 1, and to let him gain that confidence as he goes. Let him tear up some bad defenses. Let him see what real speed NFL games look like against bad defenses, and then let him go against the good. Because I would love to see what he does against Buffalo's defense after playing the first 4 weeks. I would love to see what he does against the Rams defense after whatever he does in the first 5 weeks. Absolutely. But I think putting him in anywhere else, if you're just looking for a soft landing, there's no soft landing.
All right, we got to move on. We got to move on, because I know we're going to have this debate again probably before the season starts and throughout the season until Mendoza actually does get put in. But look, Combs, I think you just got to wear the L tonight. That Mendoza looked very mediocre, throws a pick 6 on a really bad throw, and he's not ready to be the starter. And you just got to have to live with that. And look, if he comes in, if the Raiders are 1-5 or 1-4, and he takes over in week 6, and then he goes 8-5 as a starter, or 7-5 as a starter, and they would have made the playoffs if they started in week 1, you can say, I told you so, until we are blue in the face. We could just do all 5 hours of Combs saying, I told you so, Pat. I told you so, Kate. I told you so, Pat. But until that happens,
you should go out to the bar with Eric in Florida and go to the clown bar.
The clown bar. Okay. 310-840-4910. What do I know? I mean, what does Clint Kubiak know, right? I mean, he only is a Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator from a year ago that is now the head coach. That is the main decision maker on this process. 310-840-4910. We will do more hot or cold when we return. We'll get you an update on the Texans and the Raiders. It's all backups now, but we do have the starters into the game for the Chargers and the Niners. We'll get you an update on that game when we return, the second of 2 preseason games on this Thursday night. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
What division would you put London in? Oh, would you put them in the AFC East, the NFC East? You know, and you start to look at the travel logistics. And could every division have an international team? Could it be an entire international division? What does that look like? All these questions start to bubble to the surface. And I think we miss the forest for the trees just a little bit here, in that you can only have so many international markets in the NFL with permanent teams, permanent franchises, because the logistics of it are just too overwhelming. When you're talking about having an international game every week of the regular season and every team having to play at least one international game every year, okay, the schedule makers have done a great job of building that out. Even when you've had teams stay overseas for 2 weeks to play back-to-back games, even when you talk about shortening international travel. This is multiple times in the last 12 hours, now that our video producer Mike Brown has jumped in our show chat to talk about the Concorde flying from New York to London in about 3 hours. This is multiple times I've heard about the Concorde and supersonic travel in the last last 18 hours or so, as people talk about the reality of what an international NFL could look like. But it's still limited. And when you start to talk about realigning divisions and adding 4 international teams or more, look, maybe some distant time in the future, 40, 50 years from now, people are talking about, oh, there's 2 teams in London, and there's a team in Germany, and there's a team in Mexico City, and a team in Toronto, and oh, there's a team in Brazil. By the way, it's a 12-hour flight from, like, Charlotte to Brazil. Go ahead. Put Brazil in the NFC South. Let's see what that does. Aside from all the other logistical issues that exist, aside from the travel, I think we get a little too caught up in it, is my point. More than 1 or 2 international teams is going to be too much. It's going to be. And look, I get it. There's billions with a B of untapped dollars in the international market for the NFL. So I understand why they've gone that direction. Roger Goodell, whatever complaints you may have about him, has done a wonderful job of turning many of his owners from millionaires into billionaires over the course of his stewardship of the NFL. Money just rains down on the league at this point. So I get it. He's done a good job of that, but there's only so much that can be done to mitigate the logistical nightmares that would exist with with teams beyond, say, like I said, the other North American markets in Mexico City or Toronto and maybe London, because they figured out how to make London work. Like, I don't see a world with an NFL division in Europe. I don't. Not the least of which is screwing up what is right now a perfectly balanced 8 divisions of 4 teams each, and the schedule rotation makes all kinds of sense. Aside from that, aside from having a few divisions of 5 teams rather than 4, aside from all the logistical and travel nightmares that would exist, it just doesn't add up. So I know we get excited about coming up with our theoreticals. I think it might be a waste of time at this point. The hell's going on with Paul Skeens?
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable in for Brad Evans. The phone number to join the show, you can call, you can text 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. We'll get to your texts because we have one or two of them in just a second. Really quickly, let's get you a couple of updates on both of the preseason games. So the Texans and the Raiders, backups have long been in the game. That's early fourth quarter. It's 20-10. The Texans lead the Raiders. We had a lengthy discussion last segment about Fernando Mendoza after what was a pretty lackluster night for the number one overall pick. 8 for 15 for 86 yards, no touchdowns, and he threw an interception. Not only an interception, a pick six that went 80 yards back to the hizzy. And the Raiders only scored 3 points in the entire first half that Fernando Mendoza played. And then in the second half, it's been Aiden O'Connell. He led a touchdown drive that was capped off by they started because of a short field because Brett Rippon, who the Texans just signed the other day, they had Graham Mertz, who tore his ACL last week in their first preseason game. And so Davis Mills had to play a ton of their first preseason game, definitely way more than they wanted to see of their backup. So I think they just went straight to Brett Rippon, or maybe we did get a little bit of Davis Mills. We did. We actually got a decent amount of Davis Mills, but it's been Brett Rippon since the second half. He got strip sacked. Raiders had a short field. They cashed that in for a touchdown. So that's the only score so far of the second half. It's still Aiden O'Connell into the game for Las Vegas. It's Brett Rippon in the game for the Texans. And again, it's 20-10 Houston with 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. In a game that we were excited for the starters to play, and I said, well, it might only be a series or two. It was one series, and it was a very short series for the Chargers. Justin Herbert and most of the offensive starters literally played 3 plays because they got a 0-yard run from Amorian Hampton, then a 9-yard pass from Justin Herbert to Charlie Kolar, the former Ravens tight end, and then an incompletion on a bullet pass over the middle that was intended for Ladd McConkey. And so that was the end of Justin Herbert's day. And then for the 49ers, we saw one series from Brock Purdy under center. He went 4 for 6 for 29 yards, hooked up with the rookie DeJon Stribling a couple of times, but we didn't see no McCaffrey, obviously no Kittle, no Mike Evans. And then Brock Purdy's day was done. So they are scoreless between the Niners and the Chargers heading into the second quarter. You got Mac Jones now under center for San Francisco, and you have Trey Lance into the game for the Chargers. And so there you go. Kate, I know it was short-lived, but anything you saw from the Niners? I mean, I was so excited to see Justin Herbert and the Mike McDaniel offense, and we saw 3 plays.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was enough to get excited about or really have too many takeaways. I think more so it's just a chance to be in the game, play some actual football, and that's probably going to be it for Justin Herbert and those starters for the rest of the preseason, I would imagine.
I would venture to say you're probably right as well. The Raiders just scored another touchdown, by the way. Dare Agumbawale with a big touchdown run. Boy, they're marching right down the field with Aiden O'Connell, Combs. I mean, maybe Mendoza should be QB3. I don't know. This is Aiden O'Connell's had no trouble leading some touchdown drives.
You're so dumb.
No, I do joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. We got a couple of texts to get to. 310-840-4910. We've got a Stephen in Buffalo who texts in regards to why not start Mendoza over Cousins. I believe the Raiders are trying to see how good the offensive line will come together and if they can protect Mendoza before they throw him to the wolves and get him killed. They're going to sacrifice Cousins to see how well the offensive line comes together or not. That's when we'll see Mendoza if the offensive line turns out to be pretty good. I can see the merit to this a little bit, but also, like, what's the chances that an offensive line gets better as the season goes on? You also could have injuries that makes them even worse. And so it's not like you're making additions to the offensive line during the season that's going to make them better. They're either going to be good or they're not going to be good. And they have been a very lackluster unit for the last couple of years. So chances are they're not going to be good. And so if they're not good in the first 3 weeks and Kirk Cousins takes a bunch of hits and gets hurt, what's going to, what all of a sudden then they're going to be able to protect Fernando Mendoza when he gets in there. He's going to have very little time to throw the football as well when he does get under center. So I'm not sure about that one, but I see where Steven in Buffalo is going. I like the process there.
Yeah, Brandon's like rolling his eyes behind the camera. I can't argue with that. You're right. The offensive line is not going to get better necessarily as the season goes on in terms of health. Usually it goes the other direction, but at least there's some continuity. At least like the first couple games of the season, the offensive line is rolling a little bit more so, where then maybe it is a little safer, because offensive line tonight, granted the second tier
Backups
did not look very good. Yeah.
Monty says Combs says it's a different offensive line. I understand. Combs, look, I mean, you must be Tyler Linderbaum's number one fan. Yes, I think he's probably the best center in football, but also the guys that they have around him on the rest of that offensive line. Colton Miller has been the tackle for the Raiders for years. He stinks. They've got DJ Glaze playing at right tackle. Again, he's been playing there for most of the last 2 years. He stinks. It's the same guys that have stunk. They've got a guy playing right guard called Jackson Powers Johnson, who was like a backup guard, and now he is slotted into a starting role. Spencer Burford is expected to be the left guard. He was with the Niners the last couple of years. So Linderbaum is like the shining jewel of what is an otherwise mediocre offensive line. And Monty says in our show chat, offensive lines definitely get better throughout the season as they play more together. Really? Because I've watched a lot of New York Giants football the last couple of years, and those offensive lines absolutely get worse as the season goes on. So I beg to differ.
Pat, Jackson Powers Johnson was a high draft pick out of Oregon, I believe 2 years ago. And the reason why he hasn't played and the reason why he was a backup was because he was rehabbing from injury. I believe it was a first round pick, if I'm not mistaken. And not only that, but they also added Spencer Burford, who was a really good veteran guard. And
Jackson Powers Johnson was a second round pick. And yes, he played most of the season in 2024. Again, the Raiders' offensive line has been bad. So what's changing? What's changing other than the addition of Linderbaum?
Burford is a guard for them, who's a veteran guard, who's a really good veteran guard as well. And then adding Jackson Powers Johnson is adding a player because he's coming back off of injury, and he's a guy that you were going to be leaning on who was hurt. And that's why these two texts, they don't make much sense to me, because to me, that's the quickest way to lose a locker room. If you're going to play a guy who everybody in the locker room knows isn't the one who gives you the better chance to win, you're going to lose your locker room. You're not bringing in guys like Tyler Linderbaum and all of these guys that you're bringing in, all of the signings that you made, Max Crosby, to waste a year, not in the NFL. You're not going to get these guys on board with not having the best chance to win, regardless of whether or not you think they can win. Your best chance to win, you're not wasting a year of their career, because in the NFL, you don't have many years.
And when Kirk Cousins beats the Dolphins in week 1, and then he's got the Kirko Chains look going, and everybody is going nuts, like loving him in the locker room after the game, you tell me that this is going to be a locker room that's going to be divided?
Week 1. Kate could beat the Dolphins week 1. Monty could beat the Dolphins week 1. Stop it.
Okay. Well, they're not losing the locker room by starting Kirk Cousins. I promise you that. Not for a full season, and they're like 2-12, and they're just not going to Fernando Mendoza. Maybe, but that's not going to happen. Let's get another quick text in here. David G from San Diego texts in. Honestly, it's not even about winning games. I don't think they're just looking so long term. They want to approach the whole situation correctly, make sure they have the right protection on the line, and have Kirk Cousins, who has been there so long in the NFL, just show an example to Mendoza of how to go about everything and give him advice. I don't think they're worried about winning this season. I don't think they are either, because they're not a good team. And Combs, you think they are. And I think you're going to be very surprised, no matter who the hell is playing quarterback, even especially if it is Mendoza, when they win 4 or 5 games this year, maybe 6.
I'm shocked that anyone thinks the Raiders are going to be a fringe playoff team this year. Like, this is the Raiders. Look at the division they play in. Look at the division that the other division that they're paired up with this year, for lack of a better term. It's the NFC West, arguably the best division in football. I mean, this is for any team is a tough schedule. But then this is the Raiders with a first-year head coach, too. Like, let's not forget about that. How many first-year head coaches take their teams to the playoffs? Yes, Ben Johnson did it last year for the Chicago Bears. Not everyone is Ben Johnson.
Everything you said last year about the Bears, Kate.
Saying. Dan Quinn a couple of years ago, D'Amico Ryans a couple of years ago. Look, I mean, it does happen. It does happen. The Texans with C.J. Stroud, Jaden Daniels with the Commanders. It's not often. And for every one of those, there's plenty of other first high top 5 overall draft pick quarterbacks that struggle in their rookie year, or even that show you some good signs, and the team is terrible because they're not ready to win yet. I think that's exactly what's going on with the Las Vegas Raiders here this season. 310-840-4910. We'll take a final break. We'll come back. Maybe we'll argue some more. We'll argue about something else. It's been a fierce debating since Combs has gotten in the mix for hot or cold. I don't think I'd rather have it any other way. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Producer Brandon Combs firmly in the mix. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What the hell's going on with Paul Skeens? And I hate to be overly simplistic. I'd love to dig into this and come up with all sorts of layers and reasons and new pitching coach and altered delivery and, oh, look, he's got a little bit of a gut now. I've heard people say that. He's not conditioning like he used to. All kinds of reasons. I think it's really simple. Paul Skeens has thrown a whole hell of a lot of pitches since he was originally called up just over 2 years ago. The man hasn't really missed any time. And he got started earlier than ever this year because he wanted to pitch for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. I don't fault him for that. I'd do the same thing if given the opportunity. But I think you may simply be looking at fatigue. And if that's the case, before he starts overthrowing and causing problems for himself, you're 5.5 out of the final wild card with like 4 teams between you and that last spot, Pittsburgh. Sit him down. I know that's not going to sell tickets. I know that's going to look like you're waving a white flag and all that. I'd rather, if I were Pirates management, sit down Paul Skeens for the last month of the season, give him extra time to rest and recover and go through a full offseason, knowing full well we don't know what's going to happen next spring and there may be extra time to ramp up next spring. All the better. Let him get right for next year because it's not happening this year.
He's more of a low-key I like to say a low key taskmaster. He's really, really diligent in what he does, and I think a lot of people in Pittsburgh were skeptical of his ability or why they hired him. They believed that they hired him because he was a Pittsburgh guy and he spoke like us and he talked like us and he looked like us. But then they quickly realized that he's a pretty doggone good coach. So I like the hire. I think there's a lot of people do like the hire, and I don't think he gets enough recognition nationally. If you look at his resume, Matt, compared to maybe John Harbaugh, they're the same person. But John Harbaugh was considered by far the best hire of this past quarterback, the coaching circle. And while McCarthy's been considered one of the worst, I think they got a guy that has an opportunity to win now. And I think they might have hit a home run here with this McCarthy. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be just a prisoner of the moment. But he looks like one thing you can tell from Mike McCarthy, he knows what he is doing. There's no fooling around, man.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Final couple of minutes, so we'll turn things over to Josh Graham for Westwood One Sports Night at the top of the hour. I'm Pat Boyle. Huge kudos. Shout out to you, Kate Constable, filling in for Brad Evans tonight. Phenomenal job as always. Kate, Brad will be back with me tomorrow. He'll be live from Viva Las Vegas. He's out there for the World Fantasy Draft Day, something. I don't know, honestly. But Brad will be back with me tomorrow. I should probably know. That's a bad job by me. That's a bad teammate. I'll take that one on the chin. 310-840-4910. But Kate, great job as always. We've got a couple of minutes left. We've got the Texans leading the Raiders 20-16. We've got backups in already with the Niners and the Chargers. Mac Jones versus Trey Lance. The Niners lead the Chargers 3-0 with 12 minutes to go in the second quarter. So, Kate, we got a couple of minutes here. What do you want to get into?
Ooh, what do I want to get into?
We haven't talked a whole lot of baseball tonight. And I'm going to be honest, I haven't even been following what's been going on in Major League Baseball tonight. I know the Angels are destroying the Astros 16-2.
Oh, damn. What about our going streaking? Who's hit?
That's a great question.
Cam Smith has not. I'm going to go ahead and take the L there for me.
I know Monty got a hit from Yordan Alvarez. Did Yordan Alvarez get hurt? Because he only has 2 plate appearances.
Yeah,
and they
Diaz
pinch hit for him. Uh-oh. Monty or Combs, can somebody check that? Did Yordan Alvarez get hurt? I had Jose Altuve. He went 0 for 2, and he got, I don't know, probably just getting blasted. That's probably why. I mean, the game was 14-2 in the bottom of the 5th inning. That's my guess as to why him and Altuve both got taken out of the lineup. So nice. After a streak of 6 in a row for me, they intentionally walked Bobby Witt Jr. last night in the bottom of the 8th, and then Altuve gets replaced after 2 freaking at-bats tonight because the Astros are getting their nips blown off their body.
Yeah, so much for Rodriguez not pitching very well this season. Grayson Rodriguez, I mean, he went 7 innings, 6 Ks, not too shabby for a guy who has a 7 in ERA north of 7.
That makes me very angry. All right, so I went over. You went over. Monty got a hit with Yordan Alvarez. Combs had he had Brandon Nimmo, who I'm guessing went over as well, and Lee had Corey Seager, who got a hit. So tough night.
Tough night. Yeah.
Tough night, right? Yeah, Seager 2 for 4, and Nimmo was 0 for 4. Jacob deGrom got. How about this night from Jacob deGrom, Kate? 6 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 10 strikeouts. He gets to 2,000 strikeouts, second fastest pitcher to 2,000 strikeouts in Major League history.
Wow.
Which is isn't that kind of crazy? Second fewest games and second fewest innings in Major League history. And Jacob deGrom is 38. He's 38. And he's the second fastest to 2,000 strikeouts. Nobody else has gotten to 2,000. Only one other person got to 2,000 strikeouts before they turned 38. Or I guess because it's games and innings. And that's probably the biggest reason why, is because deGrom has been injured. It feels like so many times throughout his career, which is the biggest thing that has held him back. Imagine if deGrom didn't have all those years where he was hurt with the Mets.
That's surprising, though, still. 2,000 strikeouts?
Right? I mean, let's see
How many guys have 2,000 strikeouts?
Yeah, because let's see how many starts deGrom had. I would assume there's probably at least 30, right? Most Ks. We're running out of time here. Most Ks, MLB history. Let's see. There is 2,000. There's at least 80 pitchers. But yeah, deGrom made a combined 20 starts across 3 years with the Mets and the Rangers. So, I mean, he's essentially lost like 3 seasons over the, from 2020 to 2024. He essentially lost like 3 years worth of pitching. But he had a big night tonight, and it's a reminder of his greatness. And with that, we'll wrap up the show. Kate, what do you got? Any good plans this weekend?
I got nothing, Pat. Nothing that I can think of right now. I'm in the phase where I gotta check the calendar to remember what's going on. So no, nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to Usher. I'm going to Usher concert. Usher Chris Brown on Saturday night. Yeah, that's exciting, right?
Oh. Well, I don't know about Chris Brown, but Usher, yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kate, enjoy it. Great job. Thanks to Combs. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to Lee. Thanks to Chloe Pratt. Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll be back 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow on BetMGM Tonight.
So I think the quarterbacks in the 2026 class, I would have higher expectations for over the next 5 years. And that's not necessarily, again, a knock on the 2025 talent. I think the situations in some cases are just better with the teams that the 2026 quarterbacks landed on. But I think when we look up in 5 years, I would not be shocked if we had multiple conference championship game appearances for quarterbacks in the 2026 class. I would. I don't know if we have any Super Bowl appearances. I wouldn't bet on a Super Bowl victory for any of the quarterbacks in either one of these classes, but I would definitely have more consistent playoff appearances and deeper playoff runs. So if you're asking me to compare 2025 that class to 2026 right now. Maybe it's all the positivity from what we've seen through 1 week of the preseason, especially with Mendoza and Simpson and Beck and Aller. I would take this year's group, I think, over last year's group right now.
If anything makes sense right now, it would be keeping 4 just to protect yourself and try to win now and plan for the future. But like I said, I think a lot, not a lot. Honestly, I think if I'm betting right now, I would say it's a really good chance that they keep 4. I think Will Howard have to, even if he does look like garbage Friday, I think that the mind's already made up that they're keeping all 4 of these guys. I could be wrong, but that's the feeling I get right now.